All right. Good morning. Everybody get some sleep, fully caffeinated, ready to go. Where's the other one? I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is the Commission for Independent Education. I am Trey Williams, Chairman of the Commission. Today is January 30th, 2026. Ms. Hood, could we please have a roll call?
Commissioner Williams,
Present.
Commissioner Stefano, Commissioner Caballero, Commissioner Litvack,
Present.
Commissioner Lynn,
Present.
and Commissioner Uliano.
Present.
Thank you, ma'am. It's now time for the pledge. Well, before I do that, can I remind everybody to please put their phones on silent? I said that yesterday, and then I didn't put mine on silent, which was pretty embarrassing. But I've got it on silent now, and if you'll do so, that will allow us to move uninterrupted. Okay, it is now time for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. All right, everybody may be seated. Thank you for joining us here. We have a really long agenda today, and due to those time constraints, we will forego the introduction of visitors and try to save that 15 or 20 minutes that we would spend doing that. Thank you for understanding. The first item on the agenda today is an informal hearing from I Leave Health Institute located in Oakland Park, number 2662. If you are representing that institution, would you please come forward, introduce yourself, and please note your name and title.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. My name is James Dodell, Director of Relief Health Institute.
Thank you for being here this morning. Counselor, you want to set up the...
Absolutely, Chair. So, Alive Health Institute submitted an application for annual license in April of 2024. This institution appeared before the Commission at its public meeting in July of last year. At that meeting, the Commission voted to deny the pending application for licensure and ordered the institution to conduct an orderly closure. The institution subsequently timely filed a petition for informal hearing, not disputing any of the grounds that were adduced in the notice of intent, but requesting opportunity to cure those deficiencies. And they have submitted several documents in response to the notice of intent. They actually initially appeared for informal hearing in November. Virtually. Due to technical difficulties, the hearing was continued to this morning.
All right. Sir, I'm required to swear you in because this informal hearing for the record requires that. Would you mind raising your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you very much for that. So, Commissioners, you have before you Alive Health Institute's petition and the pertinent record of its application for licensure. This includes documentation submitted by both the Institute and the Commission staff as exhibits for our consideration. I'd like to open the floor to Commissioners for discussion, please. If you'll give us just 1 second, sir, we'll gather ourselves here for the purposes of discussing this.
No problem.
Would you, while we're doing so, would you happen to have any information you'd like to share with us or speak on your behalf about the application that's pending here? We're happy to entertain any questions or comments you might have.
Well, I have a placement rate improvement plan, basically. What we plan to do is contact all the agencies as much as possible and try to gain at least 30 relationships with these companies. So we make sure that the placement rate is higher than 40% or higher than 65%. That's where we had a fault last time in 2022.
Are those plans that you have, or is this
Plan for the institution
okay, so you've not made any of
that we
those?
submitted to the.
Have you made any of those efforts so far?
So far, I made employment verification form for these institutions. For these organizations to give back to us to document the students working there, as well as contacting the institutions. I haven't completed the process. I've been waiting for this hearing.
Commissioner Litvak?
So, you know, we all have students in this room, and if students don't hand an assignment in a time, and then you give them an opportunity sometimes to say, okay, I'll extend the deadline, but you still don't hit that deadline, what will happen to the students? Do they pass or they fail the class?
If they do what?
Do they pass or they fail the class if they don't hand something in or don't get the paperwork in or don't complete something?
If they don't complete the assignment to complete the course, that's what you're asking.
I'm trying to draw an analogy here is that you had certain deadlines to hit and timelines to hit.
Yes.
And running an organization requires you to go down that path. Submit
Understand.
paperwork that's complete, just like we require our students to complete their homework or assignments. And if it's not complete, a student does not pass that class.
Correct.
Sometimes you will give them remediation and opportunities to fix it, which I believe, unless council wants to correct me, that was provided to you, but you still did not fix it in the timelines given. So why should we, if you have failed to meet the standards?
I must
You
admit
proceed.
that we've been complacent, and I do apologize. But I know each institution in the state of Florida represent the community, and we have to uphold a standard and keep up with the CIE in their standard, and provide a service to the students as to the community as well. I do apologize for faulting there, and I'll try to work harder and fix those mistakes, and try to remain a pillar in my community. I do apologize for that, and I'll try to do the most I can to not allow that to happen again.
Would you like to, I want to make sure we have some clarity here. I heard you earlier say that you have plans to execute a performance improvement plan. Did I hear that
Yes.
correctly?
Yes.
Okay. We're pulling up because I think it was the expectation of the commission that that plan be in process.
In process.
What is your current placement rate?
My current placement rate right now, it should be at 95 right now.
95? And how are you ensuring that those students are placed? Because I know you were at a 40 the last time that we spoke, and we were having conversations about that you were going to put a plan in place to actually meet that minimum required standard that's at the lowest, 65%. And I have your plan in front of me, but what did you actually do within your plan to ensure that your students were going to be successfully placed?
Right now, we've just been doing what we did before, because I honestly don't understand how they fall that low. I understand some of the students continue education, some maternity leave at the time, but right now we've just been responding to the companies asking for verifications, as well as talking to the students to tell us to stay in contact with us during the day
do you-
of school.
Do you happen to have your placement for 2025 in front of you there? I see you brought some.
No, I don't have it in front of me.
Do you know that number?
The placement rate for it's, I think it's, I don't know, I think 100%. Is it 95 or 100%? I'm not really sure.
I'm sorry, is it Dordois?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Dordois. The placement improvement plan, it looks like it was submitted to the commission, that it was prepared on or about September 8th
Yes.
of last year. Have you begun to implement the plan?
Well, from my understanding, we pretty much halted on everything until everything was resolved in regards to just closing up the school because we were afraid. We didn't know what to do. I'm just being honest. So basically, right now, I have the annual app ready to send off to you guys at the office right now. And basically, I was going to get the ball rolling once I got the go ahead.
So, sir, who authored this plan?
This plan was authored by a friend of Michael, who's on the board.
A friend of who?
Michael.
Friend of
But,
Michael? Who's Michael?
Michael Petrovich
Oh,
on the
sorry.
board for the school, for
Sorry, I see here. Okay.
advising. And basically, under Michael, basically, he submitted a plan for us.
Can we clarify, what is your role at the institution?
I'm the director at the school,
Are you the placement director?
placement director. And,
So you're the placement director,
Yeah.
and you didn't author the placement improvement plan?
Basically, the board got together and basically they made their decision at the end of the day.
I just want to make sure that you're not being misrepresented. So is it your testimony that this plan was authored on or about September 8th of last year, and in the 5 following months, it has not yet been implemented?
No,
So nothing has changed.
that's it. No, the thing is, like I said, back in 2022, I don't understand how the rate plummeted, but we submitted the data. How we submitted the data, but ever since then, it hasn't been the same like that.
I think that what the commission is trying to determine, and I don't want to speak for everyone, so please feel free to jump in here, is to Commissioner Litvak's point, there was a low level of accountability related to a variety of things, from improvement plans and student data and information that needs to be collected on a timely basis.
Yes.
And we're trying to determine if that's a systemic deficiency within your operations that could create an exposure for your students, which is our primary concern, right? The success of your students in your program and beyond.
Correct.
And if it's a systemic problem and an improvement plan has not been instituted, then, and was what you're selling me is one was written but nothing was implemented, then nothing has changed.
Well, I'm just trying to be honest right now. I understand your concerns, and you are right as well again. This is my first time being up here, talking to you guys, and there's always room to learn, and I do apologize. I have no words to say.
You said you're just not just, you had mentioned that you oversee the placement services.
Yes,
How
sir.
come the owner's not here today? Where is the
She's
owner?
been sick recently. But so basically that's why I came myself. I too, well, it's a small school, very small school, but
How many students do you have?
huh?
How many students do you have?
Right now,
Yeah.
I have, I don't know how much I have right now, but one moment, please. We should have like 10
And those
HHA
are
and,
in two different programs?
yeah, 2 programs.
So there's maybe a couple in one and a couple in the other?
And about like 4 in the PCA program.
Okay. How long are those programs?
What was that? How long are they?
How long are they? Yeah.
75 hours for the HHA, 300 hours for the PCA.
Do you know how many students you guys trained last year?
Trained last year, 83.
83 in which program?
In which program? I know I submitted the data. They didn't bring it with me.
Doesn't have to be exact. I'm wondering, I mean, you're the director, right?
Yeah. It should be 83. I'm not really sure the exact amount. Well, I do believe it was around 15 in the PCA and around 75 for the HHA, I think, or 70.
So the majority of them in the
Yeah.
home health
Yeah, home
aid
health,
program?
basically.
Do you know, are you working with an institution who's hiring the majority of your students? Do you know who they end up working for?
My main company that I like working with was Quality Family Care.
Cardiff?
Quality Family Care.
Oh, Quality Family Care. Okay.
Aqua Home Care and Nurse Care as well.
Okay.
And the students do training at Home of Mercy as well.
So any effort we made to validate that would end up showing the majority of those students, 70 some odd, at least some of them, one would expect, would be working at the institutions you just laid out.
Those are companies that I know of. The owner verifies verifies the emails and the faxes.
And I apologize, what was the reason why the owner can't be here today?
Sick.
Sick? Okay. I think that, what you've reported for 25 and 26 for placement is, if those numbers are indeed accurate, might validate why you're wondering why a performance plan needed to be put in place.
Correct.
My question is how we can figure out if those numbers are indeed accurate, or were they just reported this way, right, to avoid implementing the performance plan that you said was created but wasn't started. I don't know what falls within how we ascertain the, veracity of those numbers. Can you say that through there, because that's well said.
So the commission can certainly order an institution to provide verification of their numbers. When you are submitting anything like your placement or graduation rates, in this case, it is the placement rate. The commission could request that the institution provide things such as the rosters of the graduates, the entity that the students were placed at, the students' contact information, and things that would allow us to verify the placement rates.
Okay.
Yeah. It's been my experience, sir, that everything in life exists on a bell curve. And when I see 100% of anything, I automatically question it.
And I've got some issues with the documentation provided. So in your plan that you talk about, you say timeline, implementation begins immediately.
Which hasn't happened.
What hasn't happened.
Right.
So, and I think the owner is the one who's signing these documents. The documents appear to be completely inaccurate.
Which documents?
And Commissioner Litvak, what page of the plan are you referring to?
I was looking at, sorry, I just moved off of it, so give me 1 second. It was where it talked about 50-plus employers, so if you want to try to search for that, give me 1 second. The 14 of the 22. Page 29 of the summary sheet being helped. There it is. That was that. No, hold on.
14 and 22, and it says in 14 and 22 that the plan is going to be implemented immediately?
Yeah, hold on, I'm still trying to find it. I read the exact words, so give me 1 second. Yeah, like, okay, on page 12 of 22, if you look on the document on top, you'll see there's multiple times. So this one says, implementation begins immediately. Under objective, establish robust relationship with 50-plus healthcare employers within 30 miles. Timeline, implementation begins immediately. Full partnership network established within 6 months.
So the problem is whether they implemented it or not.
Yeah.
They went from 40 to 100, and so they,
Well, I think they also stated on the record already they did not implement it.
right.
Yeah.
But they're also reporting 100% placement now.
Correct.
So I think it would probably be a good idea to do some sort of placement verification and
Yeah.
just ensure that
Down, yeah.
these people, the graduates, are working.
Yeah, just so the commissioners will know, this institute's been licensed since 2002. Is that what
2002,
Fur-
2013.
Further on that page, it also says full implementation within 3 months. We're way past the 3-month
Right.
mark also now.
Right. So I bring up the initial license year because I don't know whether that 40% is an anomaly or whether, the veracity of the numbers is suspect in years before as well, right? I'd like to validate those. I don't know how to capture this in a motion. I'd be open to the director and council giving us some guidance on how we might empower staff and the director to obtain the employment rosters, et cetera. So we make sure that there's been no false information submitted to the commission.
So if the intention is to grant the pending application, so the motion would be to adopt a final order granting the application first. I think number 2, ordering the institution to immediately implement the placement improvement plan. And then third, to require documentation confirming the representatives' representations of 100% of a subsequent 100% placement rate.
Or the 95s, right? So
Yeah.
the 2 years that come
I would
through.
recommend that be 23, 24, and 24, 25.
Yes, yes. Because commissioners, at least then we'll know whether that's accurate, and if it's not, then it tells us the steps we have to take after that.
I'm not there. I would probably deny it. And my reasons being is that they had adequate time to get the paperwork in. They should have been working with staff. It doesn't look like the things got done in time. The owner's, fine, he may or may not be sick, but if my school's here, I'm coming here sick, I better be in the hospital otherwise. I just don't see the administrative capabilities. We ask questions, not really getting the right answers to it. We see promises without any proof.
Do we have the ability to ask them to come back in the next meeting to be able to provide these documents? Because
Yeah.
the whole intent of an action plan is to get a better outcome. If the better outcome is 95 and 100% and that's validated, then that's a win. So if we give them an opportunity to come back in the next meeting,
March,
we can
yeah.
validate the placements and then encourage them to continue down that path. And maybe the owner can be here at that meeting and best represent.
I'm not opposed to that. It's 60 days from now.
That's fine.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that either.
At the end of the day, we want people to place students. And if
Yeah.
they're at 95 or 100%, that's a win. And
Yeah. Yeah, and I think what we've seen before is that there are schools, and this may very be one, who are good at training people and getting them employed, but not necessarily good at navigating CIE's paperwork and administrative processes, and vice versa, right? And while those things are important, we all have to be held accountable. For a school that's been licensed since '02, hopefully it's the former, right, and not the latter. But are you okay with the idea that we maybe postpone this to
I'm perfectly okay with
March?
that, yes. I'd love to give them an opportunity.
But the backup documentation has to be submitted well
Yep.
in advance of that next meeting.
Yeah, it's either submitted and accurate or it's not.
Can I
If that
suggest
makes
we
sense.
also maybe have a site visit done?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
So is the proposal to continue this hearing to March?
Yes.
Yes.
With those four, I think you said, implement immediately the improvement plan, give the director the ability to ascertain the veracity of that. Now we have an on-site visit, and there was another that you said earlier. I'm missing.
Well, look, I'll say this. I don't think for an informal hearing, the commission.
We don't have to lay out contingencies like that.
No. I'm not sure that we can necessarily order the owner himself to appear. Okay, the owner, the institution has a right to designate who its representative is. Okay.
Sure.
That said, there's nothing wrong with an order strongly encouraging the owner to show up. Okay. The order continuing the hearing will note that the commissioners have outstanding concerns that they do not believe can be adequately addressed by somebody who's not the owner. But if, they surprise us and send us somebody with better information. Do you want the order continuing to direct the executive director to conduct an on-site visit?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And to provide that all documentation shall be submitted no later than, I like to give a date certain, February 27th?
Does this require a motion?
I don't think it requires a motion. I think that as chair, you can just continue. Yeah.
All the documentation.
So there will be a motion. And so the motion is for the commission to issue an order continuing this hearing to March, second day of the March meeting. I think that's March 27th. This order will to continue the hearing will also include order for the institution to immediately implement the placement improvement plan, order the institution to submit documentation verifying the placement rates for the years 2023 to 24 and 2024 to 25. That documentation shall be submitted to the commission no later than February 20th, 2026. And the institution's owner is strongly urged to show up at the informal hearing on March 27th. That's the motion.
Do I have a motion? As noted?
So moved.
Moved and seconded.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Sir, if you'll communicate, please, with the owner that what we all just had here is a bit of optimism.
Yeah.
We're hopeful that those 95% and 100% placement rates are accurate and that false information wasn't submitted to this commission. And you guys have until the 20th to prove that data. It'll be a different conversation if that data is incorrect. And I need you to make sure you convey that. I'm sure the information coming from council will, but that's going to take a few days. But I would suggest you communicate that to the owner when you leave here today.
Correct. And that's for the year 2023 and 2024,
And 24 and 25.
25.
And this is taped, so if your owner wants to watch the tape, you know,
Yeah.
can watch.
Well,
and
hopefully
hear
the
what we
owner's
say.
watching now.
I
being
would hope-
sick or
I
not.
would be
Yeah.
helpful.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Just in case.
But thank you for being here today, and I think that, does that close out our informal hearing?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. Unless you have any other questions or comments, we can move on to further business.
No, thank you for giving me an opportunity to
Yes, sir.
correct this false. Thank you. Have a good one.
All right, the next item on the agenda, improper school closures, there are 7 institutions. Oh, I wrote it down at a different spot. Give me just 1 second. Yep. We are removing number 2 from consideration, so it really makes it 6 institution. But do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So moved.
Seconded?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Director, do you have any you would like to pull from
No.
Commissioner Litvak?
None?
Commissioner Stefano's not here yet. Commissioner Lynn?
None.
Commissioner Giuliano?
None.
I do not either. So do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 and 3 through 7 for improper school closure?
So moved?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Okay. The next section is, there are 3 items in final orders. A moment ago, I could and should have asked if anyone was here from those institutions, and I'll do that now for this as well. There are 3 items in here. If your institution is represented with these 3 and you'd like to communicate, come to the podium before we make a motion to take these items by consent. I saw a hand come up out there. Please come forward, sir. Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Would you mind introducing
My
yourself?
name is Jorge Mazas. In behalf of Barberzone Academy in Lakeland, Florida.
Okay. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Did you receive and have you familiarized yourself with the staff recommendations that we're taking motions
Yes.
on here today? Do you have questions or comments about
Yeah,
that?
I have a question. I know because I have 20 days period to present the documentation, and I passed for 4 days because I didn't know the Saturday and Sunday counts. That's why it was the 4-day delay. And at the beginning of this journey, that has been a roller coaster for me because you don't know what you don't know. So I was working by myself and another person that misled me to present the correct papers, and that's why it takes me.
A person from the commission or a
No,
person?
no.
Oh, okay.
Another person, no,
Okay.
from the commission. And I was doing this by myself because this is my calling. I'm a professional barber and I'm an educator for long years, and that's what I'm here to put this school together. And so saying that, I know I've missed for 4 days, but I present the papers and the documentation. But I received the email that I was denied because the 4 days. And then the other part of the email said that I have to present all the documents before January 3rd, if I'm not mistaken. And as soon as I answer that I'm gonna be here for the informal hearing, that was the first step. So, like I said, I've passed for 4 days because I understood that Saturday and Sunday don't count.
But you know, that wasn't the first miss. That was,
That was on the end, yeah, for the informal hearing for me.
right. So there were things that transpired obviously prior to that, and that
Correct.
was sort of the final opportunity to get it right, and that was what was missed. It wasn't the first step that was missed, right?
Well, the thing is, I was missing some documentation because, like I said, I was misleading on the everything on the accounting on the money wise and everything because I don't know to fill that blank, so I lead to some person that don't put it correctly, don't do the right way. So I'm here to, if you reconsider to extension or what I have to do to reapply, because I have the school already ready to open for 2 years, ready to operate as a barber school. So I want to continue, so.
So what was the difference in November from today? November 20th?
November, because I was misled. They said, oh, just to inject this amount of money, but it wasn't the right man.
Well,
So-
I guess what I mean is from a preparedness to open standpoint, did you have it prepared at that time?
Yes, everything. I have that school, the place, and rent, everything ready 2 years.
So you weren't working on it in the interim between October 30th and November 20th. So you had the time to file the appropriate paperwork. Well, you weren't working on anything else. You said that was ready. So what were you doing when you weren't filing the paperwork on a timely basis?
Can you repeat the question again?
Wondering, I mean, this has been a years-long process, right?
Correct, sir.
So it sounds like what you're telling us is even after the denial, you were still waiting until the very last day of recourse after that denial. And there's just a little window between you when you thought that last day was and when it actually was. So what that feels like is
I get
someone
the
who's
question
not
now.
treating
I
this
understand
with the
question now.
urgency that it requires.
No, it was an urgency for me. The thing is, I wasn't have the right person to work with me on that case. Like I said, it was mislead. So I get it with another person that helped me to point me what it was the mistake on the, and that's why. And like I said, I understood the 20 days counts period that I had. I thought that Saturday and Sunday don't count. And if you see, I present the papers or the documentation that was needed in 4 days after. But then in the January 3rd, I need to present all the documentation. But the documentation was the answer.
Would you, Director, mind outlining the sort of what led us up to that October 30th? We're talking about the last step, and I want to make sure everyone who may be new here understands what transpired to get us there.
Sure. So this is an institution who applied for a first provisional license. We went through several reiterations for the institutions, giving them extra opportunities to ensure that their resources were sufficient to basically uphold this institution. We had a lot of concerns related to that. There were promises made about placing money into these accounts to demonstrate that this resources were sufficient. That didn't occur. We moved from another meeting. There was a letter brought to the commission that stated that there would be $100,000 that could potentially be placed in the business, but it wasn't actually placed in the business at that time. At that time, the commissioners voted to deny this license. You were given an opportunity to file for an informal hearing. That has to be done timely. That was not timely done. The request was made after the deadline of the informal hearing. So what's in front of you now is the notice to adopt the final order, which is to deny the provisional license. Now, to be very clear, this is not a punitory, when you deny his final license or do the final order denying your license, this does not mean that you cannot apply again. You could turn around, you could put your finances in order, you can get all of the documents. It appears, or it sounds like you may have a lot of them. So you can put your package back together and you can resubmit it to the commission. We will reconsider it. But what is in front of you right now is the final order of the notice to deny the license.
Right. So I can only speak for myself when I say when we have this much trouble navigating the accountability before licensure, it puts a lot of red flags up for what it's going to be like after licensure. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand.
So I hope you heard what the director said, that this doesn't prevent you from gathering this up into what you're probably more familiar with now, that you understand the process more, and submitting it and saying, hey, now I have it all together and I didn't have to piece it together over a 2-year period with deadlines that I was unaware of or perhaps uninformed about. So it doesn't limit that opportunity for you. You still pursue this.
Of course.
And I'm open to commissioners' thoughts on, I'm of the opinion that the cleanest way to do this is to adopt the final order today, knowing that this gentleman has the opportunity to resubmit.
Yeah.
And then we start something fresh without the delays and hearings and layovers and
I
and
agree.
it may all go better for you as well, quite honestly, sir, because
So
that-
can I ask you something?
please.
What is going to be the next steps for me as an institution?
You mean, should we adopt the final order to deny this today? Yes.
I hope no. I hope no, because with all my heart, you know, this is my calling.
Well, it doesn't stop you. That's what I want to stress to you. So the director can outline how you might proceed.
Sure. So at this point, you haven't received a provisional license. So there shouldn't be any operations occurring, marketing, advertising, students shouldn't be enrolled. So you would not be able to do that without a license. So this basically puts you in the same position you are now. You don't have a school that has been approved by this commission.
Correct.
So then you would turn around and once you get all of your documentation together, you would submit an application to the commission for whichever programs that you're seeking. That information is on the commission website. I'm sure you're familiar with it at this point.
Yes.
But that information is on the commission website. When we receive that application, you'll be assigned a program specialist, and then you start the process fresh. So it'll start from scratch.
If I can give you a metaphor for this, sir, because I want to be encouraging to you. When I was about 14 years old, my mom let me drive the car down a dirt road to a neighbor's house, and I drove it into the ditch. And I had to walk back home and tell my mom I had driven the car into the ditch and get the tractor to come pull it out of the ditch. And I was scared to death because I had really screwed it up, the opportunity that I had. And after we used the tractor to pull the car out of the ditch, she made me drive the car home. So I got another chance to do it the right way immediately after. And I can assure you that I was white-knuckled staring out the windshield,
Straight.
and I did not drive it into the ditch the rest of the way home. But this is that opportunity for you to do this the right way this next time in a cleaner fashion, and I want you to take it as such, because I think that's genuinely how we all intend it. You sound like a man who's committed to his craft.
Of course.
And I have
And
confidence.
I got present here at owners of school that I'll be teaching on the school, and if you look, with all due respect, if you look who I am in the barber industry, you got the right educator in front of you.
Yeah,
guys.
no, we have no doubt about that. So I just want you to embrace that this is the cleanest way is for us to adopt the final order and then allow you the opportunity to get back in the car and drive it.
And the last question, and so the document that I submit on the end, it was correctly?
I did not review that document. So if you came in, because if you submitted it after the date that the petition was due,
That was the point, right? So now we have the chance to get everything
Yes.
together at once, have it assessed properly. It's complete with no misunderstanding about deadlines, et cetera. So embrace that as a fresh opportunity to begin again with immediately. You know, there's no delay.
Immediately, as soon as I get out,
Absolutely.
I can submit it. It's gonna take me another year?
well,
No.
it depends. So as I like to tell all of our schools, it does take a little while. I mean, we
course,
do
I
need at
understand that.
least 3 months to put you on a meeting, but the cleaner your application is, the faster that you get on meetings. So
Remember this face, I'm gonna be back, guys.
And what you'll do is when you submit your application, your program specialist will have 30 days to provide you with a deficiency letter that will have your deficiencies outlined
It's
in
not
it.
gonna be a no one.
And then
Believe me.
hopefully it will be clean, but we'll send you that letter, then you submit your responses to that. There'll be some conversations between you and your program specialist, and then you will be placed on a meeting when we have the documents we need.
And for the record, when I said that I got the barber school ready to operate, it's because I already got the place, but it's closed. Nobody's there, you know, I have
Right.
that location, paying that location, just waiting for the license.
Well, I look forward to getting this next application.
Thank you.
Commissioners, anything further?
No, just good
Then-
luck. We're looking forward
We really
truly
are.
for you resubmitting it. It is
Yeah.
truly a restart.
Even though Commissioner Litvak doesn't need a barber, he's rooting for you.
He on my team. Hey, hey.
I do it myself.
look at me,
I've
yeah.
learned how to do it nicely.
Yes.
All right, then do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendations for number 13005?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Excited to see you back here very soon, sir.
I hope so. You're gonna see me, guys.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your time, all right?
Yes, sir.
God bless you.
So we did have two other items that we were going to take by consent. Number 2110, All County Career Institute. I want to give you the opportunity, should you like to speak to council before we take this by consent. And then the other is Trinity Vocational School, Miramar 1920. You also have that opportunity. And if no one is here, or if you are here and you don't necessarily want to speak to us, then I'll ask Is there a motion? Did I take a motion to take these two by consent first already? We did not.
No.
No.
So can I have a motion to take items 1 and 2 in final orders by consent?
1 and 3.
1 and 3? Yeah.
Yeah, yes, yes.
Motion.
Second?
Yep. All right, moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Director, do you have need to pull either of these two?
No.
Commissioner Litvak?
No.
Commissioner Lynn?
Nope.
Mr. Giuliano? And
No.
Troy's still not here, so if I have none to pull, then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 and 3 in final orders?
So moved?
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries us to non-degree institutional licensure issues. Section A is institutions ordered to appear back before the commission. There are 9 items in this section. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Director, do you, 2 things. Do you have an extra pen? And do you have any you would like to pull from these 9?
None to pull.
Okay.
Yes, I have a pen.
Thank you. I've dropped mine somewhere. Commissioner Litvak,
None?
Commissioner Lynn,
None.
Commissioner Giuliano,
Number 2.
number 2. All right. Then, if I have no others, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 and 3 through 9 in institutions ordered to be packed before the commission?
So moved?
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries us to Emergency Training Academy, Miami, number 4770. Commissioner Giuliano, I'll give you the floor while we ask if anyone's here from that institution. Please come forward and introduce yourself. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hello, good morning.
Thanks for being here.
Yes, sir. Name's Alex. I'm one of the assistant program directors at the school. The director is on shift today.
Oh, understood. How are things?
Good? Yourself?
Yeah, how are operations? All of our information always drags a little bit, so I'd love to hear a current update of how things are going at school.
Would you like me to call him or just speak on my behalf?
No, speak on his behalf, yeah.
Operations are going good. More students are enrolling. More students are passing and getting placements.
All right, well,
So this should be quick. There's a graduation placement retention improvement plan, and I guess I went down this rabbit hole because I was reading the whole thing, and the placement percentage that they're calculating in their placement improvement plan is based on students that they're able to contact. So it's not based on total grads. So the numbers that they're kind of putting in their placement improvement plan are how many placed of the ones that they can find as opposed to total grads. So their numbers are showing higher than they really should because they need to be finding all of their grads. I'm assuming there's no exception if I can't find a person, right?
I think everybody in this room struggles to find people.
Correct.
Post.
So
Yeah.
I just wanted to point it out to the school. No, I don't think there's any action to be taken here other than you really need to find all of the grads, and your placement percentages, how many are placed versus all of your grads, not just the ones that you can locate. So if you can get back in there and fix the placement improvement plan and track the actual placement rate, I think that will help you out.
How do you guys go about that now? Are you just calling them?
We are calling them. We've attempted multiple phone calls, emails. Unfortunately, some just don't pick up the phone. Some have moved and they don't answer us, unfortunately.
Do you think they're not answering because they're not placed or because they are and they're busy at work?
Busy at work.
We hope that, right? Yeah.
You can,
Yeah.
finding them on social media is another option as well. We look up our grads any way possible. So LinkedIn, Facebook, anything, just find them.
Yeah, I'll tell you, we struggle with this at my location enormously. It's really difficult sometimes. People, particularly and ironically enough, the ones who get jobs are the hardest to track down sometimes. And I know that that's the case. It sounds crazy, but it's true. So we set that expectation early on the day of orientation. Say every person in here is going to get a phone call post-graduation, and it's absolutely imperative that you answer that phone call because future students navigating success are dependent on the accuracy of those numbers. So we set it very early during an orientation and tell them to pick up the phone. We've even gone so far as offering, we got a little gift card program incentive that we get people to respond to emails with, and a little $5 Starbucks gift card gets people to actually email you back sometimes, right? Yeah, man.
Sir.
Well, I know you get those fancy Starbucks drinks. For those of us that just drink pretty regular coffee, you can get a good coffee for $5, right? But to your point, Commissioner Giuliano, we need accurate numbers, so we'd like to probably request a recalculation there, right?
Yeah, because just, for example, in paramedics, total grads is 54, and they've placed 22, and they have that at 72%, which 22 out of 54
Right,
is
right,
not
right.
72%, but they're only counting people they can find.
Is this making sense, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And to be clear for the commission, when you're reporting it in SIMS through your 801, it is calculating all of them. I think what's happening is in their improvement plan.
Yeah.
You just did it
Yeah.
based on.
When it came to our 801, we had an issue and we contacted somebody from the commission and they were able to help us out.
Perfect. But yes, so I think there's just maybe a disconnect between the 801 when you're doing your placement plan, that is counting everybody that should be placed. But when you're doing your placement improvement plan, it appears that you were only calculating the ones that you could reach. So you're going to have a disconnect if you're doing that because you're going to believe that you have these really high numbers based on your placement improvement plan. And then when you have to report it to the commission, it's not going to be as pretty.
Yeah.
Ma'am.
To be fair, I think you're training people for a job that's in demand. They're first responders in general, right? There's not as many people hoping to be in that field, and as a result, there's a high demand in every community I can think of. So I'm confident those jobs are available, right?
Right,
We're just
and they may
trying to-
very well be working in a small school. Sometimes a career services person isn't a full-time job, it's somebody's
Yeah.
part-time job, and they just don't have time to find people. So
Yeah.
just got to double down on that.
Okay. Thanks for bringing this up, Commissioner. I appreciate you pulling this. Sir, do you have any other questions or comments about this?
No, sir. Thank you.
Really appreciate you being here. Continue the good work.
Yep. Thank you.
So then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 4770?
Moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Application for provisional licensure, Section B. Everybody take a deep breath. There are 18 items in this section, and we are taking them individually. Yeah. So we're going to take these individually because provisional licensure has long been the gateway to either future joy or pain, both for the commission and for the licensee. So I know that there might have been times in the past when we did not have these meaningful conversations, but I want to have these today unless the commissioners are opposed to doing that, because I think we can save ourselves a lot of pain and trouble today if we really take a hard look at these, and not necessarily because staff recommendations are not consistent with our expectations, but because there's always things that can be learned and gleaned, and because there's probably provisional licensees who traveled very far to be here. We're going to give them their opportunity to speak about continuing questions or challenges they might be facing. So number one is Accelerated Academy, Port Charlotte, number 13561. If you are here from that institution, please step forward. It's always best to be first.
That's right. First
Yes,
is the
sir.
best.
Would you mind introducing yourself, sir?
Of course, my name is Keith Torres. I'm the Compliance Director for Accelerated Academy.
Thank you for being here, sir. Really appreciate you traveling. Where'd you come from today?
Denham Springs, Louisiana.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so now you got to explain the Louisiana, Florida thing.
Yeah, so we're a national company. We're a dental assisting school in actually 22 states right now. We've got 120 active locations. We're actually in the process of getting approved for 5 more in Oklahoma, which would make our 23rd state. We have
Wow.
1,400 students start our spring semester tomorrow.
Sounds like you guys have done this a few times before.
And this Port Charlotte location will be our 8th in Florida. We just had 4 approved at the last commission meeting.
I won't make any jokes about Port Charlotte and the need for dentistry.
Hey, we did the research, right? Right now, in Port Charlotte, there's about 50 dental assistant openings today, and in the region, the market, there's over 100, so.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. Are you familiarized yourself with the staff recommendations that we have before us here? That includes 3 contingencies outstanding?
Yeah, they're definitely ones that we're familiar with. It's just making sure we get the criminal investigations, and administrative personnel forms.
Outstanding. Do you have any other questions or comments for the commission?
I'd like to thank Victor for his support, because we've been working with him for a while, and he's always very helpful for us, so we greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's always good to get that kind of feedback.
Definitely.
Then, commissioners, do you have any questions or comments?
No.
Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13561?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations on your new
Appreciate it.
location.
Thanks,
You guys will
everybody.
do really well down there.
Thank you.
Yeah, there used to be a time when we clapped for provisionals. You're right, Jose. It used to come from behind the curtain over here. Those guys always clapped, and they haven't. They're not. There you go. Right? Yeah, it's a big deal. All right. Number 2 is American Medical Institute, Lantana 13102. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. And I'm embarrassed to say I don't know where Lantana is.
West Palm Beach, just
Is
south.
it? Okay.
Ted Young, CEO, American Medical Institute.
Thank you for being here today. I wasn't familiar with that community name. Have you had the opportunity to familiarize yourself with the staff recommendations we have before us that include 2 contingencies outstanding?
I was speaking with Brandon. I didn't believe that there was any, I'm trying to remember.
We're showing a Bureau of EMS approval. Go ahead if you want to speak to that. Okay. And then a submission, well, both of them for both programs, right?
It is simply the Bureau approval for both programs. That's your contingencies.
My understanding from Tom DiBernardo was that when I get approved, that's when they schedule to come in.
And once you get that, you'll be able to give him the clerked order you receive after the meeting today.
I'm sorry, say it one more time?
So you were in a chicken or egg situation, as we like to call it here. So they need our approval and we need theirs. So what we will do is we will provide you a clerked order that says that you were granted a license from us dependent on their approval. And so
Okay.
then they will turn around and give you their approval, and then you will send it to us too. And then you will be approved in both places.
Chicken or the eggs?
Chicken
Okay.
or the egg.
Yeah, it happens with every training program that has another licensing
That's fine.
body outside of it as well. So, okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments?
No.
Then, sir, do you have any additional questions or
No, sir.
comments?
Thank you to Brandon, and thank you to Victor. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for your time.
And real
Understand.
quick with that, if you have any issues with them needing additional information from us related to this when you're asking them for their approval, please let us know. We'll be happy to write a letter or whatever.
Tom lives like 10 minutes from me.
Okay.
Outstanding. All right. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13102?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Get started. There we go. So number 3 is Award Excellence Training Institute, Opelika in 13441. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hello, sir. How are you?
Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Raymond Andrews. I'm the owner and founder of Award Excellence Training Institute.
Thank you for being here today. Have you had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations that we're taking a motion on here today?
Yes, sir.
What I'm seeing shows 3 contingencies outstanding.
Yeah, so we submitted that this Monday that just passed.
It's just, yeah, it's just a little delay in paperwork then.
Yes.
Okay. You submitted one of those or 2 of those or 3 of those? Do you
All
know?
3.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments?
No.
None.
I want to inquire, if you don't mind, tell me a little about, look, the world needs carpenters and electricians, and AI is not coming for an HVAC tech, right? And when it's hot in the summertime, ChatGPT cannot fix your air conditioner, right?
Yes.
So tell me how you guys are going to go about your student acquisition. We know there's demand, but I want to know how you're going to identify the people who decide to enroll.
Yeah, so we have a lot of partnerships through the community. For starters, Gang Alternative, Junior Achievement, a lot of institutions, organizations that work with the people in the community. So we get a lot of individuals that come in that want to be trained and things like that. So the skills that we decided to add onto our programming list are skills that are in high demand, such as electrical, carpentry, HVAC, and project management.
What do you mean by you mean project management, like construction project management?
Yes. I myself, I'm a licensed electrician. I've been in the trade for 20 years.
I was going to guess electrician. That was my guess. You look too clean to be a carpenter. They're always covered in sawdust.
Yes.
Well, everybody knows the high demand that exists for these. We'll be rooting for you guys to put a lot of people in high-paying jobs and fruitful careers. And there's only a handful of trades that will likely exist as long as humans do, and these are among them, right? So I wish you good luck personally, and I know you're going to do extraordinarily well with this. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments?
None.
Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13441?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, sir.
I would like to thank Mr. Victor as well. Thank you.
Victor's getting all kinds of kudos today. All right. I love the name of this next one. Bougie Pet Grooming School and Academy, Hialeah, number 13522. I got to say, I didn't really know how to spell bougie. I've been saying the word a long time, but now I know. Yeah. Hi.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having us. My name is Merlin Rodriguez, and I am the Director of Education.
My name is Justinio Comona, the President and Financial Director.
Well, thank you both for being here. Have you had the chance to review there looks like there's one financial statement contingency outstanding. You may or may not have submitted that since this paperwork was created.
I did see it. I was actually going to ask if it can kindly be removed. It was provided on the 14th at 8:59, but it was addressed under Mr. and Mrs. Carmona. We're legally married, joint tenants with right of survivorship here, and it's the same finances.
Okay. Yeah. Well, they'll acknowledge that as within the time frame, and it will be marked as fulfilled. So, I read something about a year ago that said that the pet industry in the United States was something like a $12 billion industry now, the money that people spend on their pets. And that's not just feeding them, right? It's services like what you guys are presenting. Can you tell me, I have to ask how you got into the business and then how you're going to find people who are going to be your students.
So my family's been in the business since I could remember. So I started as a hobby, of course. My mom's for the years, and we went to school, we did different professions, and we decided after COVID to, get our corporate background and actually make a business out of it. And we have expanded in the last 2.5 years dramatically. We are in 3 different counties. We have the salon, so it's going great. And then we have our own internal training, because when we hire somebody, we had to watch them for 3 months before we let them go out, especially on the mobile side. We see them good, we see how they work, but what we saw a lot was the beginning, the risk. They got gray hair, but they miss all the risk steps. Mm-hmm. And we know what is you have to do to make sure you do not go into those risks. Like pets, right. They don't speak, so you have to make sure you know what you're doing. So if we do the internal training for the business, why not make it a educational?
Yeah. Are you planning to hire your graduates, or will they be leaving and going somewhere else?
We have 2 courses. The second one is for them, of course, to create their own business. Mobile pet grooming and salons is in high demand now. Yep. But we are definitely we're growing very fast. So we're going to keep a lot for ourselves as well, hopefully.
Yeah, there's an emotional element of that. People, your pets are like your kids, and people get upset about that when it doesn't go well, right? And if something happens that they're unhappy with. That's interesting that they perhaps go into themselves because of the high demand. Are you helping them? This would be separate from what we're doing here, but are you doing anything to help them prop those businesses up as a separate business?
As of now, no, but for the programs that we have, the 600-hour one is for them to establish the business. There's a lot of things that go into establishing a business, getting the right name. ACOs is very important. You have to name your business correctly. Licensing, well, it's not really licensing, but at least the educational part of it.
Yeah.
But yes, we definitely will.
And you guys are operating mobile units as well?
Yes.
Through your business?
Yes. We have total nine units.
And you guys haven't decided to franchise that business and have your students just be franchisees?
We don't want to lose the control yet. We feel that there's a lot of things that we could still improve. But at least I know the safety part of it, because we do our in-house training, has worked very well for us, because our brand has grown very much.
Interesting. Well, there's a lot of money to be made. It sounds like you guys have a lot of momentum. Do you have any questions or comments for the commissioners?
No.
Just the contingency that was there.
Yeah, I'm
the
sure
last thing was the mistake.
that would be sorted. Yeah, sure.
So just to clarify, because I want to make sure that I have this correct while you're standing here in front of me. So for the last contingency is for a financial statement of the controlling principal for Rodriguez. We have the controlling principal for Carmona, but there's the Carmona and then Rodriguez.
We are legally married, but I did not take his last name. So it's the same financials.
Hispanic.
So can you do us a favor? Because on your actual financial itself, he wrote Mrs. and Mr. and Mrs. Carmona. So he's not alluding to a Rodriguez at all. Can you have him adjust that to accurately reflect that it is both of you and have him put your names in it? So that way when this comes up later, we don't have to have a confusing
definitely.
conversation about what it is. But if you could have him correct that and then send it to us, that will
That will be
satisfy
done
this
immediately.
contingency. Thank you very much.
All right. Then if there's nothing else, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13522?
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, number 5 is Celebration School of Nursing Celebration 13526. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hi, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Sasha Ashmead. I'm the Director of Nursing at Celebration School of Nursing.
Good morning. I'm Felipe Andrea Bento, and I'm the owner of Celebration Nursing School.
And my name is Christopher DeSalvo, Aquinas Network Consulting.
Thank you both for being here, and you too, Chris. Sorry, I should say all three of you. Have you guys had the chance to review the staff recommendation that looks like it really is just the chicken and egg Board of Nursing
Yes.
scenario that we just discussed with the other guys? Okay. Do you have questions or comments for the commission?
We do not. We're ready to start.
Excited to start.
How ready are you?
Very ready.
Very ready.
Very ready? Okay. Yeah.
I just have a few comments just to make sure you're successful.
Great.
I don't know if you paid attention to yesterday's meeting and other meetings that we've had with the struggles in the state with respect to nursing, practical and professional. So I see a couple things that I want to offer some a little bit of advice on. I looked at your entrance, and your entrance requirements only seem to be a high school diploma. And I would that you can set it at that, but I would consider putting in a higher test to ensure people are ready. In addition, teaching it online, I would also say, take a look at that, see how you're going to do it to really make sure your students in nursing, which is typically a hands-on program, it can be done, but you really have to pay that much attention. And individual, only high school diplomas, you got to look at those two things coming together. And the third is, I hope you're going to continue to work on your clinical sites. A lot of them appear to be like doctor offices, which can't take 12 students at once, to ensure that you have proper clinical sites. as you go forward. Everything meets it. Great job on the application. Looks great, and I wish you the best of luck and great success.
What's your suggestion for considering enhancing the admissions requirements? You said you consider something. What would that be?
So a lot of colleges and schools, they will utilize the HESI exam or the ATI entrance exam. But you need to look at those too, because you have to make sure that you have proper proctoring on those. You have to make sure that students just don't come from school A to B and take the same exam. All those things happen. People also use the TEAS test. So there's a whole bunch of items. I did like the fact that you did have an interview. That's very helpful too, to have it in there, and that's one more step.
Yeah. I'm assuming you guys are familiar with the challenges the state has met a variety of ways.
Yes, we
Right.
are.
And understand why he's voicing that concern. I think with any process, what you put into it's what you get out of it. So the entrance requirements are a factor in what you put into it, obviously, right? And it's our goal for you to be successful and for your students to be successful. So aside from the fact that there are an enormous amount of jobs available in the state of Florida for this, is there, do you guys have a background in school operations, or is there a reason why you've chosen to enter this without that background?
Well, I do not have a background in education, but as an attorney, I've gone through the schooling system myself for several years. And I also do have a background in healthcare, in managing a medical office that also does office-based surgery. And so I think it kind of merges two areas that I'm familiar with, and so that's why I feel very confident moving forward with this endeavor. And then I'll let Sasha speak for herself.
So I have a background in nursing. I've been through 5 nursing programs over my 20-plus year in this profession, and I know I stand here as a doctoral degree nurse practitioner, and I started as an LPN, so I know the need that LPNs have in the community and the opportunity that starting as an LPN program, which is why we are only focusing on that one program, is because we want to produce quality ethical nurses.
Yeah, we all hope that's the goal, right? With the online asynchronous aspect of it is, you have to watch that.
Again, yeah, you guys, again, the application looked great, but implementation at the end of the day is what matters.
Yeah.
So, take it, and we spoke yesterday a lot about going slow and steady. Slow and steady is also where to go.
Yeah, for sure. Do you have projections on what you think your enrollments look like for 26?
So to start out, we're looking to enroll about 15 to 20 students in our first cohort.
And how many cohorts are you planning for the year?
For this year, just one.
Just one?
Mhm.
Okay.
Slow and steady.
Hey, I was surprised to hear you say that, so thank you
Thank
for
you.
that. Yeah. Yeah, well, the challenges that we all have to overcome with this industry are multifaceted and nuanced and interdependent, and, there's not going to be a silver bullet for any of us, and it's going to take us years to get the programs like the ones that you're trying to set up to the level and the standards that the state should be at. We'd love for you guys to set the bar in that program and be the yardstick that others can be measured by. So,
Come back and be the experts for everyone else.
all right. Anything further?
No.
Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13526?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Number 6 is F&B Institution Solutions, Altamont, number 13423. If you're here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. Hi.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Marisa Velasquez. I am the director of the education of FMB Institution LCC Altamontes.
I am Sandra Buides. I am owner the institution.
Thank you both for being here this morning.
Thank you.
Have you had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations that we're about to take a motion
Yes. Yes.
on? It looks like there were only 2 contingencies remaining with a small fee and an updated catalog. Maybe you have rectified that and our paperwork is a little behind, maybe not. Have you been having conversations with employers already where you think your graduates may go to be employed after they complete the program?
Not yet, no.
No, it's the new, so I no begin.
Right. So with the program only being 75 hours,
Yes.
that seems prudent to be having that hiring conversation with an employer because the speed that they can navigate, you're going to end up with folks who have completed the program but
Yes. That's
don't
the
have
plan.
somewhere to go.
That's the plan, and this is the first Altamont school, the school, HHA.
The program is for the 70 hours, the HHA program for 4 weeks, and for students only because the space is small. I only have
So four, a group of four?
Students, yes,
Okay.
only four, yes,
Okay.
for the moment. Because in the morning is the home health agency, I am honored to. In the night is the school for the high peer and the.
I see what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay. So is the plan to hire the students to work for the actual home health agency?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't need those partnerships then. I understand now. All right, thank you for that clarity. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions?
No? No.
Ladies, do you have any other questions or comments? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13423?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, number 7 is Florida Big Rig Academy Mulberry, number 13393. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
How you doing? I'm Brian McDonald from Florida Big Rig Academy, owner and director.
Thank you for being here.
I'm Stephanie McDonald, his wife.
Hi.
Morning, Commissioners and staff. I'm Dr. Jose Otero of Otero Consulting Group.
Mr. McDonald, have you had the opportunity to review the staff recommendation that includes one contingency that's probably chicken and the egg?
That's for the FMCSA,
Yeah,
right?
it is. Yeah, okay. Do you have questions or comments for the commission? I do have one thing to point out. In your catalog, you note that 70% is the passing grade, and FMCSA requires 80%.
Okay, I'll change that.
So it would have to be changed in how you're scoring and in what is pass-failing across the board. I saw it in that one spot, so that means everything you're using to measure that, your quizzes, tests, et cetera, you've got to adjust those as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's an FMCSA mandate, so it's got to be 80%.
Okay.
Can you tell us a little about your background and why you decided to enter this?
Well, I have a passion for trucking. I've been doing it for 13 years. It runs in the family. I've trained before. I've done everything from flatbed, reefer, to being company driver, owner, operator. So I believe I have the knowledge to be able to train people.
Are you guys affiliated in any way with Tampa Truck Driving School?
No.
Did they ever have a name that was similar to yours?
I have no idea. I don't think so.
Yeah, they had a DBA, just so you'll know, that's similar to yours, and I want to make sure there was no confusion, because honestly, when I first saw it, I thought that it was a secondary license coming from Tampa Truck Driving School, because they had that similar DBA, just so you'll know.
Florida Big Rig Academy?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah, it's a common,
Okay.
you know, and that was just because y'all are not far from them at all.
I know,
right?
yeah.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? There could be some real confusion about who
Okay.
people are calling if that's the case. So it's just something to take a quick look at. How are you going to test your students?
You mean like for the exam?
Uh-huh.
Third-party tester. I'm going to send them to somebody, yes.
Okay. Have you selected? Do you have a relationship with them yet?
Not yet, no.
And you're in Mulberry, right?
Mulberry, yes.
Yeah.
There's a couple right there in Lakeland.
Yep. There are indeed. Do you have, are you planning to do the instruction yourself?
Starting out, yes.
Right. Did you navigate that HSMV instructor certificate requirement?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's probably in here, and I just haven't scrolled through. All right. Well, Commissioners, do you have any additional questions?
No. Nope.
Do you guys have any additional questions for
Nothing,
us?
no.
Then to have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13393.
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Miss McDonald, I want to make sure that you know that we're going to add the change in that catalog from 70 to 80. I should have said it with the motion as a contingency. It's just easy fix. I just want to make sure you know that they'll be looking for you to resubmit that, showing 80% is passing.
Thank you.
So they want me to take one more motion for the record. All right. So can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations with the adding contingency of catalog revision for passing requirements for number 13393?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Now we're good. Thank you. Okay. Number 8 is Phoenix Technical Institute, Miami, number 13515. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hi, good morning.
Morning. My name is Reyes Ramos, owner of the Phoenix Technical Institute 2.
William Perez, I'm just here to help translate, if anything.
Yeah.
Thank you for both for being here. Appreciate you.
Are these next two together? They both say Institute 2 Corp.
Phoenix and then Premier. It's they're very similar.
They're together? Okay. Yeah.
Are you guys affiliated with Premier Technical Institute, number 13462, that's on the docket today?
No.
Oh. That's strange.
Wait. Well, let's have this discussion because that is.
It's alphabetical.
So let me tell you what's happening so you can help translate here. The school that's right behind you is called Premier Technical Institute Corp. Hialeah, and it has the exact same setup with the 2 after it. Yeah. Is there somebody here from Premier Technical Institute? Oh, hi.
Hi, my name is Annalise Press. This
Okay.
is the Premier Technical Institute second.
Are you guys affiliated?
No. This is Phoenix.
Would you like
this
to
is Premier.
All right.
Do you know each other?
Do you know one another?
Do you know
Did you carpool?
Yes.
Sí. Yeah.
This is my son.
She's my mom.
He is my son for the translation, for the
All
name
right.
too.
I didn't need to translate.
And we
We need
figured
to
it out.
translate.
So can you help us understand why we're looking at 2 different programs here and what the differences are?
¿Cuál es la diferencia de los dos programas? ¿Cuál es la diferencia de tuyo?
Premier half of the AKG, medical assistant, and phlebotomy.
In Phoenix HHA.
Yeah, Phoenix Institute only does HHAs.
Yeah.
Premier Technical only does EKG, phlebotomy,
So
Medical assistant.
and medical assistance.
This is different.
So is there a reason why you wouldn't use one school license to put all of those programs together rather than having 2 different school licenses?
And 2 addresses. I mean, it's different buildings too.
Is it different?
Yeah.
Oh, they're different buildings and everything.
Yes, different.
Jeez.
Hey.
Phoenix is in Kendall, and mine is Hialeah. It's very far.
Family competition here.
It's a little serendipitous, I guess, my point, right, of all of this stuff coming together. Yeah, and his translator's your son, so it feels interconnected.
I
Okay.
drive for the Hialeah and the overnight. Oh,
Okay.
I need one translation.
All right, then I suppose, Commissioners, do you have any questions for the gentleman regarding Phoenix Tech.
Phoenix. No.
Yes.
This is not a contingency on your item, but if I could make a recommendation to you, when you pull up your catalog, your graphics that are in the back, you have this lovely little graduation cap that is black. And so when your words go through it, you can't see the words anymore. So I would recommend removing that graphic or fading it into the background.
Capa de graduación que es negra y cuando pones palabras en la graduación no puedes leer las palabras. Se recomienda que cambiar el color.
Okay.
You're just going to have your students are going to start reading it and they're going to miss chunks of a graduation cap. So
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
And would you mind asking if he's working with an employer who plans to hire his graduates, or is there a plan for that?
Trying to remember the word hire in Spanish. Contratar los estudiantes tuyos, la agencia de los estudiantes.
Sí, yeah, tenemos, yes. Sí, tenemos agencia para...
Thank you.
So just so we all know, what's the word for hire in Spanish?
Contratar.
All
Contract,
right.
I guess.
All right. Okay. So what, is there a
He
relation?
does have agencies that are planning to hire his students.
Okay, so it's a short program. That's why I'm asking, is there'd be a very short window if you weren't prepared for that, where they may complete the program without having guidance, right, for where they could go immediately after. Okay. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions?
None. No.
Then can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13515?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you for your time.
All right, now we can move on to what appears to be almost the exact same name, except instead of Phoenix, it is Premier Technical Institute 2 Corp. Yeah, I'm going to ask that question. Number 13462. So, Madam, if you're here if you'd like to come forward, we'd have this conversation now.
Good morning. My name is Dianalis Perez from Premier Technical Institute.
I'm William Perez. I'm here to help translate and her son. Nice to see you again.
So how do you know the gentleman that you were just with, just for clarity?
He's just a friend.
Just a friend?
Yeah.
Okay. So is there a Premier Technical Institute 1 Corp? Because the name we have shows 2.
It's true.
Sí, pero existe un Premier
So is there an existing license?
My name is true.
She does not know, hers is 2, but she does not know.
So why is there a 2 at the end if there's not a 1?
Porque es 2 y no hay un 1.
Porque cuando fui a hacerlo en service no había para uno. Estaba all day. Tenían alguien ahí.
Oh, okay. When she tried to put in the name for Premier Technical Institute, just as the first one, that name was already taken in, like, I guess the Sunshine Business System or something that she uses, whatever.
So someone
so I guess there is.
someone else in the
Yeah.
state has that DBA?
Yeah.
You see how that might be confusing to students, right?
Yeah, I know.
So
I don't like the name.
I can't tell you what to do here, but maybe you might want to suggest that there's a possibility that someone owns the mark for that name and they may tell you to change the name.
Puede ser que una persona que alguien ya tiene ese nombre y te puede preguntar que cambies ese nombre.
Because you've named yourself the exact same thing that someone else has named themselves?
Porque cogiste el mismo nombre que otra persona ya escogió. Eso puede ser que esa otra persona te pregunta a ti que cambie el nombre.
En ese caso, ¿qué?
She's asking, and in that case, what would she do?
For the record, it wouldn't be a contingency or a CIE matter. I'm just saying as a matter of business, I would not want to name my business the same name as someone else, because you end up getting known by their reputation. Google reviews get shared. There's things that get very, very confusing when you have the exact same name.
Gotcha.
So it's a consideration, and if she ever decided to change the name, it's relatively easy to do through the CIE.
Relativamente bien fácil para cambiar el nombre por el CIE. So, si en el futuro quieres cambiar el nombre, eso sería posible.
Pero no.
So Premier Technical Institute is inactive on SunBiz?
Is it?
Yeah. So the school Premier Technical Institute is dissolved.
Okay.
So there isn't another school with that name. There was another school with that name.
So she just tagged, I guess even one that's dissolved, they don't let you use the same
I
as
guess
a
not.
registration of fictitious name?
No.
Huh.
'Cause I'm on
Okay.
I'm on the Sunbiz page, and it's dissolved.
Yeah, it's something you can think about. It doesn't, it's not going to affect today.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
Although it was just dissolved last year, so it still
Thank you very
could
much.
be confusing.
Right.
Whatever school
Yeah,
had that name.
yeah. Wow, yeah. Okay, so, would you mind asking if she has relationships with employers and for all three of these programs, AKG, medical assisted, and phlebotomy, where she thinks the students may get hired?
Autonomía, o sea, tiene agencia, relaciones con la agencia de todo eso, los profesores.
Sí.
Yes.
Yes.
So can we hear about some of those, please? Who are those?
¿Quién son los doctores y las personas de
Bueno.
los EKG y todo eso?
I have a medical assistant, Naomi Lopez. AKG, Adriana Martinez. And phlebotomy, Ricardi. This is my three.
Yeah, those sound like people. What I'm talking about are there companies where your students can be directed who have these companies that have open positions for this. We want to make sure that they're going to get gainfully
La
employed.
compañía de esa gente, ¿quiénes son?
Como que la compañía de esa gente. Es my teachers, pero ¿cuál compañía?
Those are the teachers, she's saying those are the teachers that work with her to teach the students with those programs.
Yeah, what I'm asking though is, in the medical field, it is particularly helpful if you have a relationship with an employer who has open positions and demands for what you are training. And therefore, you can guide your students to those employers.
In addition, you've got externship hours too, so having partnerships with your externship employers.
Yeah, sí, hay agencias que sí.
It's like, yeah, she has agencies that will hire the students once they're graduating from her classes.
Commissioner Lynn asked that.
Yeah. Do you have any partnerships or any kind of conversations with those you're going to use for externship?
Used for what, I'm sorry?
Externship hours. You have 300
Externships.
externship hours. So any externship partnerships or talking to employers that you're planning on sending students to for extern?
¿Tienes conversaciones con esa gente de los programas que vas a mandarlo para esa escuela, después de la graduación?
Bueno, tengo los contactos, puedo hacer, tú sabes, los conecto totalmente cuando ella va a abrir la escuela.
Yeah, when she has her license
Tengo
and
amistades,
the school open, she is able to have meetings with her partners and the agencies and students to be able to get them hired at the.
Primero, vamos a preparar.
The director is saying that they may have documentation of those externships on file.
So when they submit their application, they are required to have externships. If that's a requirement of a program, we require the institution to go ahead and submit those executed externship agreements to us for review. And so that should be in their file. If you would like for us to, our system's lagging a little bit today because we are on a hotel Wi-Fi. But if you would like to add that as a contingency, if it's already fulfilled, it's an easy enough contingency to mark off, but it'll give us an opportunity to check it.
For the staff recommendation, she told me earlier, for the staff recommendation, she did send those in about 3 days, about a week ago, she
Yeah,
said
2
she already
days.
sent those in.
Then let's add it, because if it's already sent in, it will be easily checked off.
We also have physical copies here with us. if
Sure,
you-
sure, yeah. Our paperwork's probably 2 weeks dated, right? So anything that's recent, more recent than that's shown.
Best of luck.
So if we add it as a contingency, it's easily checked off if it was already sent in.
Okay.
It's okay, don't dig it up, we could just add it. Okay.
I apologize for any translation issues I may be having.
So,
Well, do you have it? Okay.
te muevas así.
Okay, we do have those.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, anything further? Do you guys have any additional questions or comments? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13462?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
If you guys don't mind, I think it's probably time for a very short 10-minute bio break. If you come back at 11:15, we'll proceed to number 10. please take their seat. We're going to try to get going here again. So the next item on our agenda, and forgive me for whether I say this correctly or not, it's CIU. I'm assuming it's an acronym and not a word, Academy Doral. Number 13470. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Did I butcher the name? Is it an acronym? Should I say QIU?
Yes. Bueno,
but it's
Q.
not. It's a name. It's a name.
It's a name.
It's Shanice's name.
Ah, how do I pronounce it?
Q.
Q.
Just Q? Okay.
Yes.
All
My
right.
my name is Marcos Carquillo. He's the president.
Hi, good morning. My name is Dana Carrasquillo, a Q Academy director.
And I'm Carol Palacios. I'm consultant and friend and longtime client of Marco Carrasquillo.
Well, thank you all for being here. Have you had the chance to review the staff recommendation that we are going to be taking motions on here today?
Yes, we have.
What we show are two outstanding contingencies which may or may not have been met: faculty listing and enrollment agreement.
Yes, we have submitted them via
Okay,
email.
outstanding. Are you planning on, do you have an associated business where you're planning on hiring some of your students, or
Yes.
tell us how that works?
Yes, around the academy, I saw a lot of hair salon and grow the business.
Do you yourself own a hair salon also?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I have a
Q Salon
friend.
has been in business for the past 20 years.
So you're
Marcos
planning
is the owner.
to pluck the cream of the crop out of the students
Hopefully.
yourself? Okay, good, good. No, I think that's wonderful when you do it this way. Do you have intentions of adding any other programs beyond the 1200 cosmetology program?
Eventually, in the near future, we may.
Yeah, I'm asking because I'm used to seeing others stacked on, and I wondered why you were, I'm glad that you're focusing on this one, but tell us your plan.
We wanted to go slow and to make sure that we do things right initially and start with what he knows best, and then from then on, adding more programs within
Right.
the field.
How many students do you hope to enroll for this year?
Yeah, the first, the business is a 15 student is coming, little by little, grow, maybe 15 student on the final year.
15 for this year?
50.
50, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, well, that's not a small number if you actually achieve that. What additional staff do you have for instruction? Because
Yeah.
50 sounds like a lot for just one or two people, so.
Yeah, I have a five person
Okay.
in my team. I have a nail technique, I have a cosmetology technique, I have a Mirla, I have a lot of, I have five in my team.
Okay.
I going little by little. Is the academy growing? I'm more person with the faculty analysis. If the person is ready, preparing, training, I wanna go to depend the student growth.
We submitted faculty for each one of the courses, and we also have a pool of qualified candidates to
Already?
have joined the faculty pool if needed.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions?
No.
Do you guys have any additional questions or comments? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13470?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, that motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hurst, for everything.
Thanks.
Next is RC Health Services EMS Academy, Orlando, number 13559. Hello, sir.
Good
How are
morning.
you?
How is everyone?
Really well. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Would you mind introducing yourself?
My name is Robert Chambers. I'm the owner and CEO of RC Health.
Mr. Chambers, thanks for being here. I have staff recommendations that include 6 different contingencies. Are you familiar with all those?
Absolutely.
Okay. Some of them maybe you've navigated and not. Are you confident in your ability to hit those within the 90 days that?
100%.
Okay. 100%. I like your confidence. All right. So just EMT basic at this point.
Correct. I'm really not aspiring to do paramedic, which I think is what you were thinking.
Yeah.
The entry level is where I find it most important, and it allows me to grow more geographically rather than focusing on one area. So it's like be really good at what I do.
Yeah, no doubt. Who hires the majority of your graduates?
So we have a myriad of ambulance services, hospitals, community clinics that we have put together throughout the country, and the list that we're growing here in Florida is starting to become pretty robust as well.
All right.
There's a few more that we're getting ready to submit to you, one including an HCA.
So how is that 310 hours divided up? Is it a part-time or a full-time program?
So it is a self-paced program with the online course content. That coupled with the ambulance rotations, we've added additional online content and additional what we call hybrid content, where they come in and they join an instructor and we go through different course material.
How much of that is in person?
From a percentage perspective, I maybe 20%.
Okay.
But that's maybe I would have to really delve down. It's different with each state that we're in. Florida being the most robust on the hours.
And forgive me for not knowing the requirements of what has to happen in person, but I'm confident there's some portion of this that simply cannot be done online.
Correct. Yeah, there's the hands-on course modules, and then there's the testing. And so the facilities that we utilize are for their hands-on course. So we'll bring an instructor in, and they do a course-led, an instructor-led course where they get to actually do all the skill sets that the EMT would be required to test on.
Okay.
And how many locations do you have?
Currently, I have 18 across 10 states. I just added Pennsylvania and Missouri. We haven't started operation there, but we're in a similar spot, but we're ready to launch right there.
And all the EMT basic program?
All EMT basic. Well, in addition to that, I'm one of the 10 largest AHA training centers in the country, and we do CPR, fundamentally CPR, but it's basic life support, advanced cardiac life support, pediatric life support courses. Doctors and nurses come in, they take an online course, they come into my facilities and do the hands-on. I have these machines that verify objectively how someone is good at CPR. And this is it's a kind of a new thing coming from the American Heart Association, and we're one of the premier distributors of this system.
Are you a Floridian?
You know, I live in Orlando. I wasn't prepared for this tundra coming in, but
right? I had a sweater in the closet buried in the back that I got to use last week for the first time in a while, right? So how are you managing all these other states?
Sure.
Tell me about your infrastructure. And I want you to know I'm only asking because I'm thinking about, obviously your proximity in Florida helps tremendously, but
Sure.
So what does that infrastructure look
So
like?
my corporate headquarters is in Houston.
Okay.
As you're familiar with the Texas Medical Center, I'm sure it's really large. So that's where I started my company. And really, it's interesting you ask that because it was through growing pains. There's a difference between operating a company where I have 5 employees and 10 employees, or now 200 employees, or I have 100 students or 2,000. And with this last year, we had almost 4,000 students. So I've had to create systems in order to manage this. I have regional managers, regional directors. I have different departments, the HR, the recruiting department, the enrollment department. We've
Are
created
they all in Houston?
No, it's mostly in Houston. Most of my full-time staff are in Houston. However, we have staff in every area. It's an ever-evolving thing. And in 10 years, when I have 50 locations, and you know, my company will look completely different as we're going to continue to evolve and grow as I improve as a CEO as well.
Well, at some point, not during this hearing, I'd love to hear about what the licensing process looked like in some of those other states. It's
very different.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, no doubt.
It's a pain, but it's also a barrier to entry, which is something that I have been able to tackle as I grow the company. So even though I wish it wasn't so difficult to get approved in different states, I kind of appreciate the fact that it's difficult to get approved in some states because it gives me a little bit of an edge.
Just out of curiosity,
yes, sir.
If your corporate office is in Houston, why'd you move to Orlando?
I really like Disney. No, no, we came here. My oldest son he has autism, and I was certain that when he graduated high school that he would get hired on at Disney. So I did all the finagling I could. He's been working there about 2.5 years now, completely happy. So that was really the impetus behind it.
Great answer.
That's awesome. My son's on the spectrum as well. He doesn't have that affinity for Disney. After about 2 hours, he's done. Yeah, he said, I'm good. Well, congratulations on what you built to date. Look forward to seeing you expand. And commissioners, do you have? Oh, I wanted to ask, what is the cost of this EMT basic program?
I believe we set it at $22.99. I'd have to check again. It is different in every state.
Right. And that's just an out-of-pocket cost.
Right.
Yeah.
Reason being is there are additional hours in the Florida program, and we also have to send preceptors to the emergency rooms along, so that's a paid service as well. So with those additional expenses and then balanced with the market, I don't like to come in and look at a new market and just undercut everyone. I like to stay right where it is, so I don't negatively impact.
Okay. Well, then, do we have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13559?
I'll make a motion for that.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. I will go start my
For what
campfire.
Number 12 is MMB St. Andral Institute, Lake Worth, number 13127. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sophie. I am an RN for 9 years.
Hello.
And the owner and DON of the school.
Did I pronounce it correctly? Andral?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect, actually.
Thank you for being here. Probably, you want to introduce yourself?
Joey Smith, consultant.
Outstanding. I've got 5, at least at the time of this printing, contingencies that are left outstanding. Are you confident in your ability to meet those within the time frame that we have here, 90 days?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And I'll ask you the same as before, because these are short programs, are you already working with an employer partner? Tell me about those.
3 agencies. They are all my former colleagues, so they always call me and ask me for people regardless, even before I started this journey, so it's not going to be a problem at all.
Okay. When you say former colleagues, does that mean you worked with them at those institutions?
And they are
before?
friends, yeah.
Okay. Tell us about your background.
Okay. I've been, like I said, an RN for 9 years, bedside. I worked for the VA, hospice, psych, ortho, rehab, nursing home.
And can I assume that you just saw a need for these home health aides and nursing
Yes,
assistants
yes.
in your journey through those two? And
Yes,
that's
sir.
what's motivated you to do this?
Yes.
Okay. Gentlemen, you guys have any questions?
None.
Okay. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13127?
Motion. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone.
Number 13 is South Florida Academy of Air Conditioning, Orlando, number 13524. Please step forward and introduce yourself.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, staff. My name is Adam Ross. I'm the Executive Director of South Florida Academy of Air Conditioning.
My name's Allison Ross. I'm the Director of Admissions.
Thanks for being here today. At the time of this printing, there were 3 outstanding contingencies on staff recommendations. Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
You want to update us on where you are with those, or just somehow indicate your comfort with the time frame to get that done?
Yep, they're in process. Barbara Davis is fantastic. So we'll have no problem getting those done in the next 90 days.
Well, if you don't mind me saying something, you look pretty spiffy for a guy with an HVAC technician business.
Well, you know, I don't have a lot of opportunities to wear a suit these days. So if I'm gonna wear a suit, you know, get a nice one.
Yeah.
I can still turn a wrench though. Don't worry.
So tell us your background with that. I'd love to hear it.
Sure. So I I actually went to Harvard. I'm from Florida originally, from Sarasota. Allison's my wife. We now live in the Fort Lauderdale area, and I have a few different businesses. So I actually purchased a factory, an auto parts factory in Clearwater, and then from there I actually purchased this school. So I was here before the commission a few years ago for a change of control, and since then we took a school that was founded in 2010 and had a great reputation, great performance, and we've slowly started to expand it. I've also got my contractor's license as a licensed AC contractor. I have an AC company as well, so we do hire some of the students. And yeah, so really what I'm doing right now is growing the school, growing the AC company, and trying to find the best way to do that. We can get into some of that. So we're here today for a new location in Orlando. That'll be our third. So we bought the Fort Lauderdale location.
Right.
Last year we opened a Tampa location. Now this is the Orlando location. And additionally, we're adding an online, so Orlando, also one of the new programs is an online delivery program, which we can talk about. And sorry to throw a curveball at you, but we are on the docket, on the agenda later to add that online program to our Fort Lauderdale location. I'm probably not going to stick around for the rest of that meeting, so if there is any questioning regarding that online program, I'd love to answer it now. Yeah, that's the background.
What's your, I mean, you called yourself South Florida Academy, but you're already up into Tampa, so what's your plan here?
Well, that's an issue. Our parent company, and the parent company really is just a shell. Its only asset is South Florida Academy, but we call that American Technical Academies.
Right.
I've debated changing the name for all these locations to American Technical Academies. That would also allow us maybe to go into electrical or plumbing, because it is a bit pigeonholed just being Academy of AC.
Yep.
The problem is we have such a good reputation with that branding that's been done over 15 years, so I'm hesitant to change it. So I haven't made a final decision about that. But you have Arizona College of Nursing that's all over the place, and people don't have a problem with that. So I think South Florida Academy of AC, we might be okay. I mean, in Tampa, we have about a year, we've been around for about a year. It's been going really well. And no one said, why is it called South Florida Academy?
Well, the University of South Florida is in Tampa, so.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
You're
Right.
in good company.
Yeah, I didn't think the name was inappropriate as much as I wondered if your plans were to stay in South Florida or if you were going to be,
Well,
because you sound like you're headed for multi-state operations at
Well,
some point in the future.
I don't know, when I started this whole process, I didn't realize that every location required an entirely new application, a new institution.
crazy,
there was
right?
a guy here before with a dental school with like 100 locations around, and like every single one, he's got to pay fees. I mean, it's 100 different schools to manage. It's crazy. So that's also part of the reason why we're launching this online program. Sorry, it's not crazy. It's
Oh, no,
what
it's
the
crazy.
CIE does, and I'm
No,
glad
it's
there's
okay.
the regulation and oversight. You guys are doing a fantastic job. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah.
But with the online delivery, maybe that would allow us not to have to put a brick and mortar, high capital expenditure location in every single place we want to operate. Being able to go online might allow us to expand, a little easier. And with that online program, some of these, all of these various vocational programs that we see today, by nature, some of them are more hands-on, like the EMT, program that you recently heard. So what we're doing is, it's a hybrid. It's not fully online. It's 70% theory, which is online. The final 30% is in person. And if you live outside of, I forget what the mileage is, but it's in the catalog. If you live outside a certain mileage, we'll pay for the transportation as part of tuition to bring you in, to put you in a hotel and deliver that final 30% in person.
So your existing locations, do you, have you centralized enrollment and admissions into one HQ and you're just
Yep.
executing the training program on site at the other locations?
Yep. And some of the contingencies have to do with delineating our shared staff and exactly who's what and what locations, because we kind of share resources like that. So we will absolutely comply with that contingency to make clear in the catalog, okay, this person holds this role at this location and this person holds this role, because there is some shared resources going on.
Sure. Well,
behind the
I'm
scenes.
asking more because I'm of the opinion that it sounds like you are enrolling at one location and then executing satellite classrooms at others, right?
I mean, a lot of it's done over the phone. So when you say enrolling at one location, it's, yeah, I mean, you could put, if it were up to me, I would have one location and branch locations, because we view this as one business, one LLC. We view it as one institution.
Right.
And then, for CIE purposes, it's three, but.
Right. Yeah, at some point, I think it's good for the industry to be able to centralize operations and admissions and
And
execute
I
training.
heard a rumor, and I was actually, if I could ask a question, hoping to clarify, I don't know if this is true, but if you're a degree granting institution, then you're allowed to have branch locations. We're non-degree currently. If we offered a degree, could we reclassify all these as branch locations?
Potentially. I'd have to look at your business model.
Okay, because that was something I was
I'm
thinking.
going to be very vague in my answer.
Okay, very good. Because I know that as a non-degree, we can have a branch location, I believe, if it's within 10 miles or something
Right,
like that.
which is crazy, right? Because if it's within 10 miles, they just need to drive to your existing
Yeah,
location.
exactly.
Yes.
It's your auxiliary space. So what that is intended to be, so if you're within that 10 miles, it's an overflow. So if we have institutions that don't have enough physical space, but there's a place right next door or a couple miles down that can house those students, that's what that's for.
Okay.
They share all administrative staff. They don't have another facility where they're accepting money at this new location. It is purely just an overflow.
That's what I figured. So I'll have to discuss this with Ms. Barbara Davis, but we were thinking of launching a degree program. Among the other benefits it would give us is maybe allow us to have just one institution with branch locations, just from a fee standpoint, reporting standpoint. 3 locations, we're currently operating 2. I don't think 3 is going to be overwhelming, but this gentleman before with like 100, that's a lot.
of
That's a lot of
redundancy.
renewals.
It's a lot of
It's a lot of
redundancy.
fees. Yeah, that's a lot.
It is.
That's a lot.
It is. Yeah, I mean, as a guy who trains people in Panama City and Fort Lauderdale, I feel your pain.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, I love hearing the plan that you've got going forward, and thanks for the heads up on the agenda item later today. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments?
No.
May I make one comment?
Yeah, please.
So one of my favorite things to do is these in-person meetings. I get to see people and actually look at your body language as you're talking to us, kind of read kind of your enthusiasm and passion for the industries that you're in. So thank you for being here. But oddly enough, the moment isn't about you. I wanted to tell you that the entire time that you were talking about adding this program or this new institution, that your wife stood on the side and looked so proud of you that whole time. So I just wanted you to know that she's in there.
Yeah, it's a pleasure getting to work with my wife. We both sometimes work from home, so it can be it's a lot of time together, but I'm a very lucky man.
Well, when you have 12 locations, we'll see how you guys feel about that. Well, congratulations on where you are today. I didn't take a motion. Did I take a motion? Okay. I did not. So let's have a motion for acceptance of staff recommendations for number 13524.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
Number 14 is the ARC Tampa Bay Culinary Institute Clearwater, number 13339. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Carolyn Reginelli, grant writer. I'm not his wife, he's my boss.
Brian Syracuse, Executive Director. Hopefully she still approves of me.
I hope she's still proud, but I won't make the same comment.
My wife is, she tells me.
Well, thank you both for being here. So help me understand the broad nature of a program called food services. That sounds vague. So what are we going to learn and what are we going to leave with?
Okay, I can answer that. So the program itself is going to be teaching our individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, excuse me, the back of the house. So they're going to start with basics, cutting skills, things that they need to learn before they go work in the back of the house. And then as the course goes, it progresses through different meals, preps, and then it'll be to their skill level. So can they be somebody that's going to be in the back of the house working maybe at a larger facility and it's repetitive stuff, or is it going to be where they're able to work in a restaurant like a Longhorn or a place like that and do a little bit higher level skill work?
All right. Are you a 501c3?
We are a nonprofit, yes.
Cool. Now I see what you guys are trying to do here. How are you identifying your students, and how are you making those who may be interested aware of what you're doing?
Yeah, so we've been, we were started in 1958 by 5 families that wanted something better for their individuals, their family members. And so we've been a staple of the community, and with that we've just grown as an agency that knows a lot of people. Our board has people that own restaurants. My Bible study guy is opening up 3 restaurants himself. And so Margaret Cote, who's in the back there, she celebrates 30 years in our supported employment program. So she has a ton of people that are, already excited about. We opened a cafe, so we have a cafe that's attached to our training program. And then with the cafe, we're already seeing our chef working with some of the individuals that do have some level of skills, and they're doing all these wonderful things. And so again, not even a part of our training program because we haven't opened that up yet, but individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities that just need a chance.
Yep.
Only about 18% are actually employed, and that's not enough.
No doubt. So you're an existing nonprofit who's opening a school. Is that
Correct.
fair to say?
Yeah, we've been around. So we were incorporated in 1963. We just saw the need.
Right.
And the biggest thing is they say, well, they don't have any experience. Well, that door will slam shut on them because we're going to say now they have 16 weeks. They know everything that anybody else walking in there has, and they need to be employed, because once they're employed, our population is about, for our agency, is about 9+ years. And that only went down because of COVID. So if you stopped working.
Yeah. And in an industry like hospitality with such incredibly high attrition rate, I am willing to put good money that your students have a longer employment term average with their employers than others who hop from job to job, right?
Absolutely. And that's proven from many years that we've been doing the supported employment model.
There's a place in Sarasota called Rise Cafe. It used to be called Rise and Nice. Look it up if you don't know who they are. You know those guys.
I visited them. My dad and I were playing a tennis tournament, and I said, we have a place we have to stop. And we got some ice cream there. We got the wrong flavors, but it was the best stop I've ever had in my life.
You got the right experience and the wrong flavors. Hey,
we both looked at each other and said, I don't think 5 stars. This place is the best. So,
yeah. Well, listen, kudos to you guys, and I think I can speak for everybody when I say that programs like what you're trying to build validates the hard work that director and her staff do, and show that we're all trying to help others be successful, particularly those that are most vulnerable. So congratulations on having that work ethic and that determination to make it happen. I think it's the perfect program and the perfect setup, considering how deep your roots are in that area to begin with, right? So you won't have quite as steep of a climb if this was brand new. So this is an awesome addition to what you're already doing for the community. What's that? Right, yeah. Oh, and I might add, it's very rare when you have 0 contingencies on a provisional license, and
I get to be proud of her. She does all that.
Yeah, very, very rare. I think we had a couple yesterday, and it was the first time I remembered seeing that for a provisional. So kudos to you guys on that as well. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13339?
I proudly make that motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Hey, quick question for you. Is your cafe at your location in Belcher, and can people here or we visit you once you have this program open? Are you open to the public?
So the cafe is open. The training center is not, but yeah, come on down. So right now we're doing breakfast and lunch at the cafe, and so
What do you call the cafe? What's the name of it?
That's Inclusive Grounds is the cafe.
Inclusive Grounds. So the next time I'm in Clearwater, I can just find that.
It's at the Long Center, and best Cuban in town. Just saying.
All right, perfect. Thank you, sir. Good stuff, guys. If that doesn't warm your heart, nothing will.
Mr. Chair, we have had some really good initial applicants today.
Cool, man.
Very
cool
impressive
stuff, right? Yeah. Very validating and rewarding. I'm glad we did these individually, even though council didn't want to.
I just give counsel, that's all I do.
All right, so number 15 is Triple Crown Academy for Nursing and Health Occupations in Tamarack, number 13476. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hello.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeanette Belot. I am the director of Triple Crown Academy for Nursing.
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
I'm showing 4 remaining contingencies on your provisional license. Have you had the chance to review those?
Yes.
Okay. Do you feel confident in your ability to meet those within that 90-day period?
Absolutely, yes.
Outstanding. Do you have relationships with employers because of the short length of these home health aid programs?
Yes, I do. I have an affiliation for the nursing assistant, but also I have several friends who own healthcare agency. They've been waiting, so.
And they have
So-
existing demand?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good, fantastic. How are you planning to recruit and identify your students? How are they going to know that you exist?
So we're going to do some advertising, and then we're going to do a grand opening, and then also we hired some soldiers to make them know about our school.
Okay. Gentlemen, do you have any questions or comments?
No.
None.
Then, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13476?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank
You
you,
did good work.
everyone. Thank you so much for helping me in that.
Right. Number 16 is Triumph CDL Training Center, LLC, Jacksonville, number 13454. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Yes, good morning. My name is Yaroslav Brichka, and I'm a founder and director of operation of Triumph CDL, the training center, Jacksonville, Florida.
Good morning. Anastasia Yudodova, administrator and owner.
Thank you both for being here. I will note that you guys have no contingencies on the staff recommendations, which, as you probably just heard me say, is pretty rare. So I don't know which one of you navigated the gauntlet of paperwork, but, you know.
All together.
Mostly she does, but.
All together, yeah.
And I will note that I went through your catalog last night, and I had no feedback, which is pretty rare. And you guys did a good job on that. So
Thank you.
I was also happy to see that you're offering one Class A program and not trying to complicate things with lots of other programs.
For now.
Do you want to
Yes,
keep it that way for
just
now?
only one. Just only
Yeah,
one.
we're gonna keep it for now.
Yeah. How are you administrating those 160 hours? Are you doing it full-time in 4
Full-time.
weeks?
Full-time, 6 days a week.
6 days?
Mhm.
Wow, okay. And instructors, who's,
I am one of the instructors. We finished in Orlando school here, and we have 2 more people in there.
okay, and they've navigated that HSMB instructor certificate requirement?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. Oh yeah, last question. Who's testing, what are your plans for testing your students?
It's a third-party tester.
Have you identified who that is yet?
Yes, what's the name of
Nas-
the
National School of Stark.
At Stark.
Yes.
National?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They do a lot of work.
yeah, absolutely. Okay. Gentlemen, any additional questions or comments?
Nope.
Nope.
Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13454?
Motion.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much for being
Thank
here.
you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Number 17, Truck Driving Academy Miramar, number 13234. Gentlemen, how are you?
Morning. Chris Curtis, President, Truck Driving Academy.
Chris Giorgetti, Ferguson, Santoro, and Giorgetti.
Thank you for being here. Curtis with a Kertesz.
Yes.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. So, same questions if you don't mind. I'd like to hear how you're planning on testing your students.
Am I testing them?
Yeah, what's your plan for testing them? Because if you're not a
No,
third-party
no, I'm not a
tester-
third-party tester.
Okay.
No.
So have you identified who is going to be your go-to testing company or individual for that yet?
There's a couple places in the area that are pretty reliable. They pretty much the students have their choice of where they want to test at.
And is this the cost associated with? So the students are going to get to choose where they go to test.
Yes, they can choose where they want to test. I don't
Okay.
have a partnership with, say,
So their
any one
tuition cost
individual.
doesn't cover the test, then they're going to be paying for that separately themselves?
Correct, yes.
Ah, okay. Let me see where I had. So the only other thing that I was going to mention to you guys is that that name is pretty pervasive.
I was going to say, how is Truck Driving Academy
It's
a
taken
new
about
name?
1,000 times over, right? And I just, and listen, it's your business. You can name it whatever you want. I'm just cautioning you that there are a lot of companies that use that phrasing and that name. It gets really confusing on Google reviews, et cetera. You end up getting,
I'm aware.
you get judged by somebody else's poor performance,
There's
right?
one in California. I get a lot of
right.
10th Street requests from, stuff like that from. Well, you should know.
Yeah, man, the 10th Street request is just
Yeah,
nuts.
from people that never came to my academy because there's one in California.
Yeah, they're trying to validate that you trained them, and you
Right.
said, "Hey, I'm
And I'm like,
3,000 miles away from
Yeah, I
them."
don't know
right?
this, but I wasn't even in business when they said they were
right. Yeah, it's nuts. So I don't know if you want to consider that at some point just to make your life a little bit easier. And there were 2 contingencies, revisions for program titles, but that looks. Has that not been changed? Because it looks like the way we've been phrasing it already.
So this is to align with the TPR. On the TPR currently, you have behind the wheel only, but in your program titles, you're indicating that this is a full program.
It's already been adjusted. So
great.
in the clerk's order, it'll.
For theory and.
Yeah.
Okay. How are you doing theory?
I can.
How are you proctoring your theory portion of this? Are you doing it in person?
Theory?
Yes.
No, I don't do anything with the theory.
Behind the wheel only.
I'm just doing behind the wheel, yes.
Yeah. So it's going to have to say not say ELDT, right? Because that's a
Correct.
defined term. Okay.
Correct.
Now I got you.
No, it is ELDT.
Well, FMCSA says ELDT is the 31 pieces of curriculum, so he's going to have to focus that in on that particular subset of it because it's a capital E, right? Okay, so he's only doing a portion of that.
Correct.
So you're doing the full 160 hours, but it is really just the behind the wheel. You're not doing theory at all. So you're
Correct.
doing range and road, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
In item 2, go ahead, Chair, if you want to ask more
Please
questions.
keep going.
Item 2 has already been addressed. Chris's, on the FMCSA address, it has the training site address. So he's going to have that changed to the office address, which is the address that we have for CIE.
The FMCSA site should be the training address. Right? Yeah.
If that's the case, we don't need to change it
Yeah.
then. And number 2 is
It's supposed
unapplicable.
So there, we didn't know that there was going to be a disparity between those two. But what FMCSA wants is the address.
They want the training address, right?
Because they want to be able to show up there and see what's happening.
Sorry, when we were looking at it, we thought your training address was your physical address, so that was the confusion. So if your training address is different, yes, that is the correct one
Okay.
on FMCSA, and just send us an information.
I'll add a note in the clerk order.
Perfect. Yes, you just
Take care of
respond to it that this is why you did it.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'll add a narrative to that.
And are you doing instruction? Do you have other instructors?
I
you
have an
hired?
instructor, yes.
Yep. And everybody's navigated that HSMV instructor certificate requirement?
I can't hear you.
The instructor certificate
Yes.
requirement for HSMV? Sorry, I need to move this thing over a little bit. Okay. Gentlemen, do y'all have any additional questions?
No.
Well, I know you got a ton of demand down in that area, sir, so we're gonna wish you good luck. I'm going to ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13234.
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I do want to thank Ms. Shelby because she worked through this one for quite a while with Chris, so our thanks to Angie.
Hasn't been easy. Thank you.
So number 18, doing all right here. Forgive me if I say this wrong. Yale Institute, Haines City, number 13341. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hello.
Hello.
Would you mind pulling those microphones down towards you? Thank you.
Well, my name is Yvette Bellinston. I'm the owner of Yale Institute.
So it's Yole, it's not
Yole.
Yole. Okay. Thank you.
And Christopher DeSalvo, Aquinas Network Consulting.
All right. My only question for you, well, I have several then. Let me back up. I shouldn't say only. Tell us where you are with your clinical agreements.
We have all the clinicals right now.
Yep. Just a couple weeks ago, we've submitted the final one.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll leave that contingency in and validate that. The only other, obviously, is the chicken and egg with Board of Nursing, right? And then practical nursing student disclosure form.
Yeah, and that just needs to be updated with the NCLEX code.
Okay, all right. Perfect. So the only other question I had was, you're going to have this 1,350-hour program, which is a lot of hours, right? And then you're going to have the 75-hour program that's probably constantly renewing, while you're keeping this other set of students, which means you got to have staff for both of those separately, because otherwise, right, they don't really align very well. How frequently are you going to start that home health aid program?
We're thinking of every 3 months.
Every 3 months, even though it's only a 75-hour program? Okay,
Just
that
to give
helps.
us time, so
Yeah.
especially for the first year.
Yeah, that helps. Good. Right. Because if you had said you were going to start it every 2 weeks, now you've got a lot of redundant operations, concurrently with one big, long practical nursing program.
Right.
All right. Would you mind giving us a little about your background?
Well, I am a nurse practitioner, and I own my own clinic right now, and I've been teaching CNA prep, and I do BLS, ACLS teaching as well.
And are you 100% the owner?
Yes.
You have no partners
No.
with you, financial or otherwise? Okay. Where are you in Haines City? I'm familiar with that area. Tell me about your space over there.
I am off 27. I would say it's on Patterson, but I would say if you're familiar with it, it will be half a mile from Lowe's.
Okay.
Yeah, or a mile from Walmart. We only have one Walmart in Haines City, so it's a half a mile from Walmart.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Litvak, you got any questions for the?
Just want to raise what I raised earlier, because you have some of the same, I don't want to say issues, but things that may cause as you go forward, things you may want to consider. Again, looking at the entrance, putting an entrance exam in, not just accepting a high school diploma. Thinking about what your clinical sites are, it appeared to me again that you had a lot of sites that were more doctor offices, and as you grow the program, they can't handle like 12 students, so you'll have to look more at rehabilitation centers, acute care facilities, places like that. And finally, the same thing with being online. Make sure you're ready and able to offer the program. Nursing programs online are extremely difficult to do and to train and educate the students, so you need to make sure that you do it slow and steady. And as the chair was saying, running two programs may cause that conflict a little bit, because it may divide your focus, so you may want to think about that.
Yeah, I'm assuming the home health is not online, right? So it's
No.
Right, so that one's all hands-on.
Hands-on.
So from a execution standpoint,
It's more just how many people do you have working for you?
Right.
What's your time commitment to the school?
Yep.
Are you bringing people in? Are you going to do it while you're working other jobs? All of these things as you go forward, just try to manage it to promote your success and your students' success.
Yep.
Is what we want.
Anything additional, gentlemen?
Yeah, I'm one of the new guys, so predates me, but I see that this application has bounced through a couple of meetings. Can you speak to your journey on why it made it through all those meetings to this point? And then there's a lot of paperwork to be done, obviously.
Right.
We all know this. Do you feel comfortable going forward from this point with all the paperwork? Your paperwork journey has just begun, obviously. You're going to be submitting
well said.
and more and more. And do you have comfort level with the paperwork journey that you're about to embark on? Do you have somebody that's working on it? Are you a one-person, are you teaching and also trying to keep all this together? Can you just speak to your ability going forward to maintain compliance?
Okay. With the paperwork, I do have the director of nursing, which is Dr. Gordon. She will be one of the faculty helping as well. So that shouldn't be a problem.
And can you speak a little bit about, your journey to get to this point? And
Well, the journey, mostly it was for the clinical site. So, yeah, that was what was holding us back.
Yeah, I think in July and November that we didn't have executed clinical agreements.
Right.
Right.
That's
Right. Yeah, I think it's well said, though, Commissioner, that the paperwork aspect is not going to diminish now, right? And the importance of accuracy and that being on time is only going to become more important, right, as you begin enrolling. So,
well, once you add students and student files and faculty files and then tracking pass rates and then also keeping up with CIE.
yeah, were you here yesterday, ma'am?
No, I wasn't.
Yeah, so, but I'm confident if you're in the industry, you understand the challenges that others who have underestimated the volume of work it takes and found themselves in a tough position, right? Because retrospectively, it's hard to catch up if you fall behind.
That's right.
Yeah, damn near impossible, probably. Commissioner LeVay, you have anything further?
But just, again, focus and good luck. Take it slow and steady, as we were talking about all day.
Yeah,
We will.
for sure.
Quick question. One of your affiliation agreements is Innovation Wellness Center. Do you work out of that center, or are you guys just like next door to each other, same address? So
Same address. It is, yeah, it is.
It's a great benefit to have, but yeah. Okay, I was wondering, thank you.
If there's nothing further, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13341?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Good luck. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. We are done with the provisional section. So that was the last clap opportunity you guys had. Should have told you ahead of time so we could have made it a good one. Section C is return to annual license. There are two items in this section. We're going to take them individually. The first one is the Florida School of Traditional Midwifery, if I'm saying that correctly, in Gainesville, number 1657. If you're here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Baines, and I'm the Executive Director of the Florida School of Traditional Midwifery.
So I said it right.
You
Okay.
did.
All right. I feel like there should be a second F in there for it to be midwifery.
I would have blown that one. I don't understand that word.
Ma'am, I'm looking at 3 outstanding contingencies with a progress report. Are you familiar with all of the staff recommendations that we're taking grants on here, or motions on here today?
Yes, sir, I am.
Do you have any challenges or concerns about being able to meet those?
No, sir, I do not.
All right. 90 days.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you begun that financial review and preparing those financial so far? Sometimes the reason I'm asking you that is we're heading into tax season, and if you have not already begun that, your accountant who's managing that is probably going to be overloaded, and I want to make sure you're able to succeed in getting it within that amount of time.
Yes, sir, we have. Last year, we were here and we were behind a little bit more. And so we have caught up. So the financials that we are now needing to present will be the 2024-25.
Right.
And so, yes, sir, we do. We are working with, and I'm going to butcher their name, Moss and Krusik.
Yeah, I'm looking at it here now. I
There we
don't know
go.
how to say that either.
Okay, good. Not me.
Krusik, maybe? Yeah.
We'll go with that.
Joe.
Yes.
Yeah, Joe over there at the accounting firm. Okay. And so tell me how this has to be a subset of students, right? How are you finding those people who are interested in this type of work specifically? Because it feels like it's a narrow audience. How are you going to find your students?
It is slightly narrow, I would like to say. Midwifery, as we know, was before our time. And so then as we moved to obstetrics and the hospital, midwifery kind of took a huge backseat. So in the recent years, it has actually grown. So we are finding our students based on community. We're finding our students, I will be implementing more of an online presence through our networking of Facebook. Social media is great now. And so that's how we will continue to find our students. However, for myself, when I came to this school in 2010, I found it because my mother brought to me, back in the day, they had midwives.
Right.
And when I researched the schools we also have another accrediting agency called Midwifery Education Accreditation Council. I went to their website and it has a list of accredited schools. And this is how I found FSTM for short. So that is one of the ways that our students are finding us.
Yeah, I'm curious because you guys had a massive jump in enrollment for 24-25 compared to the previous year. 5, 6, 7, 8, eightfold increase in student enrollment. How'd you do that? Because that's kind of an incredible feat.
Well, I would also like to preface that I joined FSTM as the executive director last year on January 1st. So that would have to be from the previous years of what they did to implement that. So I cannot take full credit yes, I did that. But I can stand here and take it for now.
Yeah, that was a pretty big jump. And also I'm wondering, are these folks, are your graduates are they creating their own businesses, or are they going to work for someone? Tell me where they end up.
So some students, depending on their preceptor side, depending on their preceptor, as we know, midwifery can be daunting and challenging. So having those hours, not having the lovely pay that our doctors get, it can be taxing on a midwife. So a lot of times you might have two partners who need someone else to step in. So coverage. So sometimes students can stay with their preceptor sites, but we do have a class called Establishing a Practice so that we train them and teach them how to do their own practices.
Yep.
So that we're actually putting more midwives in the state of Florida. So we do have a lot more of our home birth practices and trying to get rid of our maternity deserts that we have in the state.
Tell me what you mean by maternity desert.
A maternity desert is where there is not quickly accessible care. So, and I'm from Virginia. So in Virginia, there are very rural areas, just like in Florida, where the closest hospital or provider could be an hour to 2 hours away.
Doubt.
So a lot of what we are trying to, and we'll use our midwifery terms, birth, are competent licensed midwives that want to be in those areas to help that clientele.
Yeah, that's a long drive after your water breaks, right?
It is a very long drive.
Right.
Depending on if this is baby number 4, she's not gonna make it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm. It's probably not something that people are really thinking about. I know that there's some legislation that came through investing in healthcare in rural communities in Florida this past year, which I was happy to see. And I think what you're doing should have been part of that, right? That's pretty cool stuff.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, you guys have any additional questions or comments?
No.
None.
Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 1657?
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? You are returning to annual license.
Thank you so much.
All right. Number 2, you know something? Number 2 is Universal Training Center, Wilton Manors, number 5419. If you're here from that institution, will you please step forward and introduce yourself? Yeah, right. Hello there. Thank you for being here. Would you mind introducing yourselves?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Luc Dor. I'm the director of Universal Training Center at Cisco.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jeremiah. I'm the campus director of Universal Training Center.
Good morning. My name is Esther, and the secretary.
Have you guys had the chance to review the staff recommendations that we're looking at? Rather lengthy, page and a half worth of recommendations?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have questions or comments about that?
No, sir.
All right. Gentlemen, do you have questions or comments on it?
No, I think the recommendation is to conduct an orderly closure, correct?
It is.
So you guys understand that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And so how many current students do you have in your program?
So currently we have about 25.
25? And is that all in practical nursing or in other?
Practical nursing.
Now, as you're conducting this teach-out, obviously, it's supposed to be orderly, which means you'll work with us, but it's also making sure they get the quality of the education.
Right.
This past year, you guys had a NCLEX pass rate of 12.5%.
That's correct.
So, my personal opinion, that really doesn't meet what we're looking for. So as we go forward to do this teach-out, you guys have to make the commitment, or work with others, or whatever it's going to take to provide your current students with the quality education that you agreed to when you first got your license.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, is a denial and doesn't necessarily end your obligations, and the conduction of a orderly closure requires that operations continue as they were previously until every one of those students.
Well, hopefully better. In some
Yeah,
cases.
you're right, yeah, at least, yeah.
If I could just, for clarification, are those 25 students only enrolled in the PN program? Okay, what about your other 4 programs?
The other 4 programs will be CNA, HHA.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Are there enrollments in those programs?
Yeah.
There are, okay. So about how many enrollments in the CNA program?
11.
11? And do you have a home health aid program as well?
Yes.
Okay, and how many students are enrolled in that?
Now?
How many students?
HHA. Oh, that's 15.
15. And you have a patient care technician program? And patient care assistant, about how many students are enrolled in those?
7.
7 between those 2 programs, or 7 each?
No, 7. And then patient care technician.
Okay. And then in the patient care assistant program?
But I could say 8.
8.
Can you explain how you could have 155 graduates in nursing assistant in the last several years, but only 7 have taken the exam?
What?
You have a lot of graduates in both CNA and the PN program, but very few take their test. I was wondering if there's an explanation for that.
application. No? Yes. Oh, I'll do. Yeah, repeat the question one more time for us. Go ahead.
So you, in both the PN and the CNA curriculum, you have a lot of graduates over the last couple of years, but very few test takers.
Yeah.
So there's a big difference between how many graduate and then how many take the test. I was wondering if there was an explanation for that.
Yeah, so what according to our knowledge currently, what we had with our consulting group, with our consultants, I should say, for those graduates, for those students, they weren't able to, well, they were taking the test, but they have a very low pass rate, which explains why we have a low pass rate. And those students, when they go take their test, they weren't, I should say, they were not ready to go take their test. So that's why we had a lot of number of graduates, but few were able to take the test. That's what
There's only a small amount that even take the test. There seems like there's a lot of graduates that don't even take the test.
Yeah, but they try to study to more in order to pass the test.
And they never, and
Yeah, I think the question is, maybe I can clarify it, is that we're seeing, I'm just going to make up a number, 100 people that graduated. But out of that 100, we're only seeing 5 take the test. Not 5 pass, not 5 fail, just 5 take the test. What happened to the other 95 students?
Right.
Right. I guess speaking like on their behalf, I guess that's maybe because they're probably nervous to take the test, or so that's why maybe they haven't go take it. So like a confidence, or to say, to go take the test.
But
why are your
guys, I'll
students?
sit here and say that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. If a student goes to school, they want to become a CNA or they want to become a practical nurse, they went there to graduate and to take that test. They may be nervous, but they're not going to never take the test.
well, and that doesn't mix with an 85% placement rate either, because there's no way they have an 85% placement rate if
They're not taking the
most
test.
of their students don't take the test.
And just to be very clear on when we're saying your numbers are way off for how many students you're actually enrolling and placing in these programs and how many students are actually testing. The institution had 93 graduates in your PN program since 2022, but only 7 graduates have taken the test. That's 8% of the graduates of the program, and of those 7 graduates who took the NCLEX, only 3 passed on their first attempt.
Correct.
And then for your CNA program, which was placed on probation by the Board of Nursing, you had 155 graduates in your CNA program since 2022, and only 7 students took the CNA exam. That's 5% of the graduates of the program.
Right.
So it appears that the entire purpose of these 2 programs is to graduate students who would take the test so they can become employable.
That's correct.
All right.
But you're at 7 students. So for the remaining for all of those other students, what happened to them?
But there are some move to other state, so we try to contact them. We cannot reach them.
So I want to point something out, and then I want to make sure you guys are committed to what happens going forward from here. Just the quick math and the number 72 enrollees that happened in 24, and doing the quick math doesn't generate the tuition revenues that you've reported for that year. There are enormous amount of inconsistencies in the data that you guys have presented to us, and this denial and order of conducting an orderly closure, if there's a drop off in your execution in the teach out plan, this is only going to get more complicated for you and more painful if we don't uphold the requirements and obligations you have to your students. There's going to be more activity around validating the veracity of the numbers that you've submitted to this commission, both in graduates and test takers and finances. I'm looking at your statement of cash flows, and the fonts are all different. It looks like it's been pasted onto something with a different letterhead. This doesn't look like anything I've ever seen come from a CPA. And I'm going to recommend that the director speak to the CPA and the alleged group who validated all of these financials, because they don't appear to be any financial statements that I've ever seen. So I want to make sure you guys understand that when you leave here, your license being denied, you're going to conduct an orderly closure. But if the level of effort that you put toward this going forward for your teach out falls off, this is just going to get harder and more complicated for you. And there's going to be more legal action that arises out of inconsistencies or fraudulent information that's been put forth. Do you all understand that?
Understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Gentlemen, you have any further?
Well, if I may, so we've discussed, there's 2 tiers of grounds in the executive director's recommendation for the denial of this application. So far, we've only discussed the failure to meet standards. In my opinion, and I think it's worth a discussion, a failure to meet standards, that's misfeasance at best. There's some very serious, in the director's recommendation, allegations of active malfeasance, and I think that there should be a discussion of that before a final vote, not least to give the institution an opportunity to address them.
Yeah, please.
And I'll introduce it for the commissioners so they can understand what we're looking at. The institution submitted 2 clinical affiliation agreements in support of its PN program that directly involve a Ms. Stephanie Dorska. The first agreement, dated September 10th of 2024, is expressly made in and by and between the institution and Mr. Riska, acting on behalf of Beatus Hospice. The second agreement, dated March 10th, 2025, with Abbey Delray Health Center, explicitly identifies Mr. Riska as the institution's Dean of Nursing. On or about December 3rd, 2025, a jury in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Florida convicted Mr. Riska of 5 counts of felony wire fraud and 1 count of felony conspiracy to commit wire fraud. The convictions stem from Mr. Riska's role in selling false and fraudulent diplomas, transcripts, and other fraudulent documents which falsely represented that the purchasers had completed the necessary courses and/or clinical training at Technipro Institute to obtain nursing degrees, when in fact the purchasers have never completed the necessary courses and/or clinical training. On December the 4th, 2025, Commission staff contacted Mr. Luchtor, the owner of Universal Training Center, via email to seek clarification regarding the institution's relationship with Mr. Riska. We inquired as to the nature of Mr. Riska's relationship with Universal Training Center, whether she had ever been employed by the institution, and the time frame of any such employment, her job title and responsibilities of the institution, and whether any documents existed to confirm her employment. Mr. Dorr responded that Mr. Riska had served as a part-time instructor, that she was not employed, but was merely engaged in part-time teaching for the LPN program, that she was not employed at Universal, but was only teaching LPN courses on a part-time basis, and that her role was limited to part-time LPN teaching, and that she was not employed, with no documents available to confirm employment. These responses are inconsistent, as they simultaneously assert that Mr. Riska served as a part-time instructor while denying any employment relationship. Moreover, your responses directly contradict the March 10th, 2025 clinical affiliation agreement that was submitted to this commission, which identifies Mr. Riska as the institution's Dean of Nursing, a position that inherently implies a formal leadership and administrative role within the institution.
Yeah, you talk about Stephanie Dorska. She was only teach for anatomy for us for 2 nights. That's the only thing I had with her.
So why was she on your agreements, or your affiliation agreements, as your Dean of Nursing?
She wasn't on my agreement.
The agreement that you submitted to this commission identifies Ms. Stephanie Dorska as your Dean of Nursing. And that was signed by your institution, signed that, as well as the partnering hospital, which in this case was Abbey.
What is it?
Yeah, so regarding with Abby, pretty sure, yeah, we all know how Stephanie. Yeah, what we had with her was she was like as a part-time instructor, but we did not know at that time she was in that scheme. So that's according to our knowledge. So yeah.
And had that have been your first response to us, that might have been something that was credible. But you putting her on as your dean of nursing and having no response to why she's listed on your document as a dean of nursing makes no sense.
And Commissioners, it's Exhibit 5 in your PDF. And this clinical affiliation agreement is signed by Dr. Dorr. So Dr. Dorr, you put your name on a document identifying Ms. Doriska as your nursing director. And the Commissioners are just trying to understand how that happened.
So I had the nursing agreement signed, but when the nursing when this site accept you, so I have to sign the director of the hospital of nursing home site too. That's why I'm signed. I didn't sign it by myself.
You signed a document which identified Ms. Doriska as your nursing director. And the only reason we know this is because you gave us this document.
No, I'm not the nursing director. So the nursing director is the RN. So I'm the campus director.
Personally, I don't sign things that I don't read, just for the record. And whether you read it or not, or aware or not, the facts are as presented by the director and council. So, since that's been established for the record, you guys prepared to take a motion?
Yes. I move to accept staff recommendations.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Staff will be in contact with you to monitor the Teach Out program of your existing students. Council will likely be in contact with you to continue the investigation of the veracity of the information you submitted, or possibly turn you over for probable cause. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, guys.
So before we, please.
Feel free to.
I was going to take a break. Yeah. So before we move forward, I want to point something out, since we've got a bunch of people in here who've been around for a little while. Everyone knows what happened with Nightingale a few years ago. Everyone's seen a cultural shift in how we operate at the CIE in the past, well, since the director's tenure, quite frankly. And everybody knows that there is an active effort to raise Florida to the standard that we would expect as Floridians within the private nursing training industry. Does anyone in here think it's a coincidence that Commissioner Litvack is on this commission and has the depth of knowledge that he does about nursing programs, executing them in multiple states, nationwide, right? Anybody think that that's just by coincidence? Same with Commissioner Lynn and Commissioner Giuliano, who have a depth of experience. I hope that the bad actors out there who intend to prey on students and thereby the patients that those students end up caring for are listening to this message when we say that there is no nook, cranny, crevice, or dark corner that will not be exposed in the coming years, and you will be rooted out of this industry through the commission's efforts, legislatively, legally. There'll be a variety of efforts, but this isn't going to end, it's going to intensify, and I just wanted to make sure everyone hears that before we take a break, that the situations like the ones that we just occurred or had occur, we're going to eliminate, and then we're going to prevent it from happening in the future. Because if we... So before we have a rather lengthy session with 12 coming up, why don't we take a lunch? It is 12:10. Let's get back at 1:10, and then we'll tackle it going forward. Thank you very much. want to do your announcement? All right, guys, everybody get a little bite to eat. We're going to try to push through the remainder of the agenda. I think the director has something to say before we begin.
So if you have lost your cell phone and you can unlock it, you can have it back. So right now it's up here. I'm going to put it at the counter behind us, but just if it's yours, please check all your pockets and let me know if you lost your cell phone because it was left out here on this couch right next to our meeting space. So watch it was probably someone's that does not belong in this room and we took it. And now they can't find it. They're going to have to come in this meeting to retrieve it. So
They call it, we'll answer it, and say, how far did you get
right.
before you realized, right?
But is it, well, let me ask this. Is it anyone's in here right now? Anybody? No one lost their cell. Okay, then I'm actually going to send somebody with it downstairs to take it to the front desk just in case it is somebody that is not in this meeting and I did not steal a cell phone.
Okay, Section D, application for annual license has 12 items. Do I have a motion to take these items by consent?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Director, do you have ones you would like to pull?
I do not.
Commissioner Litvak?
None.
Commissioner Lynn?
None.
Commissioner Yuliana?
None.
And welcome back, Commissioner Stefano. I hope you're feeling okay, buddy. Do you have any you want to pull from this?
All right, thank you. No, none from this section. Thank you.
Okay. Then I don't think, let me make sure I have none. I don't. So then I have none to pull either. And do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 through 12 in section D?
So moved. Yep.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any public comment on this before that motion is closed? All right. Then that motion carries.
I was really surprised. I was waiting to see how many people just immediately evacuated this room. So I'm very proud of all of you. I saw a couple of you start moving, shifting, and I was like, oh, are they going to leave? So I'm proud of y'all for staying.
Yeah, those nice guys from CDO Technical came up from Homestead, so I'm sure they're anxious to get on the road. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's a haul. All right. Section F, application for annual renewal. There are 66 items in this section. Would you have a heart attack if I told you we're going to do them individually? We're not, I'm just checking. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
Motion.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. I'd like to note for the record that number 11 has already been removed from consideration. So from among the remainders, Director, do you have any other than number 44, which I believe was your sole pull?
I do. Number 40.
Number 40. Commissioner Litvak, do you have any?
21.
21. Commissioner Lynn?
I do not.
Commissioner Giuliano?
No.
Commissioner Stefano?
None at this time.
Just one moment, please. I am going to pull number 29. And 37. And I believe that's all. So, let me see if I can get this right the first time. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 through 10, 12 through 20, 22 through 28, 30 through 36, 38 through 43, 38 through 39, 41, 42, 43, and 45 through 66?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And before we move forward, I want to give anyone from among that consent section that we were granting, I know we've made the motion on it, but I don't want to miss the opportunity for someone from among those that we just approved to have their opportunity to speak to the commission should they have questions or comments or concerns that they want to address. I probably should have asked that before the motion, but we always love communicating directly with you if you do. Hi. Ladies first. We can always back up. I should have asked you for this ahead of time, and Council rightly pointed that out, and I apologize for that. But we'll figure it out as we go. Would you mind introducing yourself and who you're with?
Good afternoon. My name's Noelia Urena, and I am the director from Smart Dental Assisting School, 54.
Okay, perfect.
I would like to ask if you could kindly remove the contingencies because they were submitted on the renewal packet and also on when you guys sent me the deficiency letter.
So were those submitted within the past couple of weeks?
No, with the renewal packet and also on November 7th, October 2nd and November 7th.
Okay, so then do you want to address it now?
No, I believe that what we should do is we should pull this school along with the other schools that have been pulled.
Right.
And after we take whatever we're going to take by consent, we'll address this school. So let's.
I thought we did just take it by consent was my point.
I know, well, we need to redo it then.
Okay. So for the record, I screwed that up and it's my fault and I'm sorry. So what we're going to do is you're number 54, is that correct? Then we'll take these in the order if you don't mind. We'll go through the ones that are pulled, including yours as well. So how do I need to rectify this? And then there was a couple of others that I saw stand. Gentleman in the black, what school were you from, sir?
Empire Beauty School.
Empire Beauty School.
I actually don't, this has nothing to do with my school. I just wanted to speak to the experience I had while I was here today. I've never been to one of these.
Sure.
I usually do them virtually. And just the care that you guys give and the communication that you offer and the information that you offer is stellar. I expect to come to these moving forward instead of doing them virtually because you get a benefit, and to be able to see and hear the compassion that these folks have for their schools just was extremely impressive. So I wanted to be able to say that since
It's
I
very
wasn't gonna
kind of
stand
you.
up here.
Where are you from, sir?
I live in Tampa.
Okay.
And I manage the Empire, I'm the director of admissions for the Empire Beauty Schools in the Southeast, so North Carolina, Florida, Virginia, and Georgia.
Well, do me a favor, whatever district you're in, call your local House rep and tell them what a good job the CIE is doing and
I will.
replicate that. I appreciate it.
I will. That's really it. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right, so was 54 the only school that we did not pull?
Yes.
Okay. We may have 54 solved right now. Ma'am, I think the director can address your concerns right now if you'd like. That way you don't have to wait.
So thank you for letting us know that those have been submitted. At this time, we don't have them in front of us for consideration, so they'll remain contingencies on there, but I will be happy to take a look at your file and see if we can find them in there. What will happen is you will receive the clerked order. I'll try to get yours out quickly. That way, in case there was an error on our side, try to get that out quickly to you, and then we will review that file to see if we already have those documents. If we don't, we'll need you to send them in to us. We'll communicate clearly with you if we already have them or if we need anything additional, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, thank you. I
You're very
appreciate
welcome.
it.
So it means your staff recommendations remain the same because it's likely already fulfilled anyway.
Directly, maybe mention what we spoke about yesterday about sending sometimes emails in and size of attachments, because it could be the same situation, it may not be.
So let me bring it up because I have to look at numbers.
Yeah, the crux of it yesterday was that the CIE's email system is something like Windows 95.
He's making fun of us.
I am.
But we try-
I think Windows 95 notifies you when something doesn't work. So I just want to put that out there.
So- As just a regular, and it may have happened to you, yours sounds a little different since it was part of the package that you sent. But if you send packages to CIE info box or to your program specialist, if your email with all attachments, and that includes if you have anything on the bottom of your email address, your signature line, it reads all of it. If it is over 30 megabytes, it'll be rejected without warning. There's nothing we can do about it. There's really nothing you can do about it. So you need to keep all of your emails below that 30 megabytes. And if you need to send multiple emails, you just need to do 1 of 2, 2 of 2, so we know that you're sending them to us. And if you are sending them to the CIE info box, if a lot of you are starting to get requests, send your things to the CIE info box and copy your program specialist. It is because the CIE info mailbox will send automatic replies to confirm receipt. So it will tell you, thank you for submitting something. We will be back with you shortly. If you don't get that message, it means that we didn't get your email. So please reach out to us and let us know, because we don't really have the ability to know that we didn't receive something. And then sometimes we end up in these kind of situations. But I'll be happy to look at yours and see if we can locate it. If not, we'll be in communication. And if you'll just resubmit it to us, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is that all?
Yes, ma'am. Retake? Was that what you said? Because we did take them, and none of those changed. Yeah. Okay, then we should be able to move to number 21, since nothing changed on staff recommendations or the consent for, or the, yes, good, okay. So 21, Finley Institute of Nursing, Tampa, 5709. Afternoon, Mr. Giorgetti, how are you?
Good afternoon, Commission. Orniel was not able to be here. He was on his way here from Tampa. I apologize. He had to go get his child from school, so.
This was only I pulled it as saying, can you talk about what your school does? Because they had, their first year results were 87.5% with 8 test takers, to not only show that we look at one side, we look at both sides.
Right.
So
And I can.
I was hoping he was able to speak a little bit what his school has done.
I can give you a summary.
Perfect. It's really for us and the audience and people considering PN programs.
I can tell you that Orniel and Yanya, the owners, they take it very seriously. They really do. They work closely with one of the representatives in Tallahassee. Her name slips my mind, I'm sorry. But they really group together to ensure that there is a ton of not remediation, but preparation. And he is super proud of his numbers. I can tell you that. We had a client appreciation dinner for our clients on Wednesday evening, and he spoke to the group about everything. And the passion that he speaks with, it comes through full fold, but it also comes through the students and their results. And the preparation, the testing, the pre-testing, he pushes them to a hard limit where they hate him. In some instances, they do hate him. But he said, when you go out and you're successful and you take care of patients, then you won't hate me as much.
So it was more thank you and, let him know, great job.
I will let him know.
While you're up here, it's worth noting that from 22-23, we went from a total Florida enrollment of 461 to the very next year having 858.
Yes.
I don't know if we've had this conversation with them before, but man, that's a big jump. Can you tell me how they managed to double in size? It's easy when you go from 2 to 4, right? But
4 to 8's a
right,
much bigger
that's a really
jump, right?
big jump. Yeah. How did they do that?
We were not on board with them
Okay.
when that happened. I believe Dr. Otero had them at that point. But I do not know how that jump happened.
Okay.
I came in after that.
Well, when we see them next, we'll have this conversation. I think their numbers are still okay. It's just big enough that it's worth mentioning when you take that big of a chunk.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, just please, keep up the good results. You had great first year results. Let's continue that.
Yeah. I'll pass those words on. Okay. And he'll see them.
All right, so then we'll have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 5709.
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries.
Thank you,
And-
Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Giorgetti. That moves us to number 29. Florida Truck Driving School Incorporated, Jacksonville, number 11442. If you're here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. Oh, I hope they're okay. Okay, well, those guys had an emergency. I hope they're okay. This is pretty easy, and I think it's a simple contingency to add. I was just going to address it with them. It's a similar 80% and above. The way they have their, in their catalog, have this listed right now is more traditional A, B, C, D, F, and that F starts at 60%. That's not, FMCSA requires 80%, so you don't really need the A, B, C's, and D's in there. You just need to say 80 and above is pass, anything below is fail. So some students might look and say, well, I had a C average, and that was 75, and that's still passing. It's not. And that was the only critique I had of that, which is pretty good. So they're scoring it that way now. It's probably, I don't know if they want to retroactively look at that. They may have passed some students who didn't, that should not have passed. Okay. That was it. So do you want to add a contingency? Okay. So then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations with the updated catalog for pass-fail percentage for number 11442?
Moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries and moves us to number 37. That is Interstate Commercial Driving School, Crystal River, number 4646. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hey there. Thanks for being here. How are you?
I am Gina Ingram, Admissions Director.
Awesome. I'm sorry, what was your name, sir?
Mike Rash.
Mike Rash, great to meet you. Thanks for being here. The reason I pulled this program was you have the Class A program listed through your summary sheet at 120 hours. Are y'all doing theory, range, and road with that 120-hour program?
Yes.
Okay. On the TPR, there's a Class B, a passenger, a school bus, and a hazmat. So, right, so I guess my question was, are we adding those programs or are we removing them from the TPR?
So they should be removing them from the TPR. So all that you're approved of right now from the commission is that Class A driving program. So all of the other items that you are not approved up for operation under CIE, you do need to remove those from the TPR.
And that was why I wanted to bring it up, just to make sure we understood that it was not, that couldn't remain there with only one approved program.
Correct.
Okay, does that make sense, guys?
It does, but we had started those programs, and they're a different type of program that we're offering. We were unaware that we actually needed to submit those to the commission.
Well, for every program you offer, which is true regardless of whether you're offering MBAs or CDLs, you have to have an approved program. So you want to address how that is?
Sure. So if you want to add those programs, you do need to have them approved with your license with the CIE. So when you go on our website, there is a application for programs. So you'll need to fill that out and submit it to the commission in order to operate those programs.
Do we want to add as a condition of the annual license that with the next number of days, an applications for new programs must be submitted?
I think we can just leave it as is and remove it until they submit them because they're easy to add back on. Yeah, they may decide.
If we could get an extension on those programs, we'd be happy to submit those. You know,
So-
if we can continue doing what we're doing.
Are you currently training students in those programs?
I'm sorry?
Are you currently training B-class passenger school bus students right now?
We are, yes.
Okay, so you have an operating program that's
Yeah, and
approved.
we will submit that to the commission. We don't have a problem with that. If we can get an extension on that, we'd
So any operation outside of what you are doing with CIE is unlicensed activity. So that results in cease and desist letters from us telling you cannot operate those programs. Those programs should not be operational until you have received approval from CIE. There's a lot of reasons why we do that, and it is to make sure that you are protecting students when you're enrolling them in these students. So what we would request of you is you pause your enrollments. For these programs, you need to submit those applications, and then if they are approved by the commission, then you can add students to those programs again. Or you can choose not to offer those programs, only use the Class A that is approved by the commission, and you can remove those programs from the TPR. Those are your two options.
So, Chair Williams, I'm going to propose adding to the clerk's order a cease and desist in terms of all enrollment, advertisement, and operation of the currently unlicensed programs, and ordering the institution to submit an application for those new programs if they wish to continue to offer them within 30 days?
Well, if we're gonna, yes. But as,
Because otherwise, we have a contradiction between.
But in the interim, you will need to remove them from FMCSA, I want to be very clear what we're asking. So you do need to remove them from FMCSA because you were not authorized by us to have those programs. So what we will do is we will continue to monitor this. You need to go ahead and request removal and send that removal to us so we know that you have requested to be removed. If you don't remove yourself, we will request that you be removed. And then when you try to get back on, it's a whole different situation. So please go ahead and remove yourself from the TPR for those particular programs. And then once you apply for them, you're approved, then you can send your license with your approved data sheet to FMCSA and they will add you back to the TPR.
Is there any responsibility to communicate to the current students that are in an unlicensed program?
well, the one that we're talking about is a B class, which is, what do you have, 40 hours for your B class? How many hours are you running for your B classes?
Well, we actually run it's an 18-hour program.
So it's a relatively short program for whatever students that they're training unlicensed right now.
So I would say just no more new enrollments.
Right. Right, so we would just cease enrollments of the unlicensed programs. It's not a months-long process. Are you guys affiliated at all with SMG up there?
No.
All right, then I think I would ask for a motion for staff recommendations, including the as-noted revisions by council.
Yeah, so it's going to be an order to cease and desist. I'm going to make that effective January 30th. So even though this clerk's order might not go out until next week, the vote is to make the cease and desist portion effective as of this vote, okay? So it's going to be, cease and desist new enrollments, okay, as of this vote. And then to, cease and desist any further advertisement, et cetera, of the program, to include removal from the TPR. Okay.
Yeah, and these are in addition to the 6 contingencies that already existed on staff recommendations. Okay. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations with the added contingencies outlined by council?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much for being here. Really appreciate you guys.
Chair Williams, if I may, how long does it take to remove a program from the TPR? Is that just something that can be done through an admin?
So the admin rights of their existing registry can be removed almost instantaneously by themselves. If the director has to direct FMCSA to do that, then it's at the very least a days long, and given the current state of the TPR, possibly a weeks long process. Would you say that's fair?
I am very familiar with the individuals that work for FMCSA at this point, so yes, I can.
The director knows a lot about CDL training now. We're gonna bring her a trucker.
But I also will not be driving any trucks.
I was gonna say we're gonna bring her a trucker hat. Commissioner Stefano, just to address your question a little further, a couple of weeks ago, Secretary Duffy purged about 3,500 different quote-unquote training providers from the FMCSA's training provider registry, with another 4,000 in process. That's a good start. They likely need to triple that number in order to have a really accurate representation of the people who are actually compliant with FMCSA regulation, but I am applauding the work that he's doing. It's a process. So it turns out self-attestation doesn't turn out to be as accurate as it could be. So I don't think it will be that way going forward. The FMCSA is actively auditing people. We got audited recently for the first time, and I'm glad they did. So hopefully that will become less of a CIE issue and more of an FMCSA issue in the future, but we'll see.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That was 20, no, that was 37. So that moves us forward to number 40. Is LaSalle Tech, Plant City, number 4811. If you're here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mike Vargas. I'm with LaSalle Tech.
Thank you for being here,
Plant
Mr.
City,
Vargas.
Florida.
I don't know who pulled this one. Okay.
So, sir, I just wanted to confirm, you had requested from this commission to move your cycle to is it the January date that you requested? I just want to make sure I'm saying this
Yes,
correctly.
because consistently, our federal audit, compliance audits are done November 30. So I'm always running into, what do you call that, extension?
Yes.
We don't want to do that, so we want to move it to a January 30 or something like that.
Perfect. So I wanted to confirm just that I was hearing that correctly. So the staff recommendation had that old September meeting on it. We have had discussions with LaSalle about this, and so we do need to correct this to state that everywhere that you see on this summary that says that the annual license will remain active and valid through September 30th, 2027 should state September 30th of 2026 should state January 30th of 2027.
Correct.
And then order the institution to make timely and sufficient application for renewal of the license no later than 120 days prior to January 30th of 2027.
Right. The only caveat with that is that the audit is not produced until November 30. So we can do the application process 120 days before, but that audit won't be ready until November 30.
So what you'll do each time, and it'll happen to you every single time, you'll get a 30-day deficiency letter that states that we need your updated financials. You'll reply to us, let us know that they are forthcoming, but that you were waiting on your CPA, and then we will process it appropriately.
And regarding the contingencies, they're all done except for the 8 additional credits, the educational credits, which we're working on now. So we can send that right away.
Good. Well, then it stays as is. Okay. All right, perfect. Sir, do you have any other questions or comments?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 4811?
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye. Oh, I did have one question.
Just under the wire.
We are an accredited school, and so we would like to also move to LBMA at some point. I'm not sure what at what point should we do that? Is that during the next renewal?
So there's rules for LBMA status. So go through our Florida statutes and the rule and make sure that you qualify to be an LBMA school. If you believe that you do qualify for an LBMA school, the next time you submit your application, you can submit it as an LBMA application, and then we'll review it as an LBMA, first LBMA. We will let you know if you do not qualify for an LBMA, and then we will ask you to
I think we should be
submit
able
an
to. We should be able to. Thank you.
All right, I think we actually completed that just right before I said that that motion passes, so we had no nays. So I think we closed that one out. Then thank you for being here, sir. Appreciate you.
Have a good weekend.
Next is 44. That is Moore Tech Institute, Corp. Hialeah, number 3398. If you're here for that institution, will you please come forward and introduce yourself? I think we do have some people here. No, they're just leaving. Had my hopes up. Okay, I don't know who pulled 44, but I think it was yours, Director.
So what you have in front of you, Commissioners, is Moore Tech Institute Corporation, Hialeah, number 3398. We are recommending that the Commission find that the institution fails to be in full compliance to hold an annual license and fails to be in substantial compliance to hold a provisional license based on the 14 items listed in front of you, recommending to order the institution to cease and desist advertising, soliciting, or recruiting, and ordering the institution to conduct an orderly closure pursuant to Section 1005.36 and Rule 6E-2.009. This institution did not respond to their deficiency letter, which was issued to them October 8th of 2025.
No changes to that recommendation, just making it aware for the record, right?
There are none.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Then, hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations to deny this annual license and conduct an orderly closure for number 3398?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? That motion carries. Before we move to the last one, just because we were right in front, I want to make note, I hope you don't mind me bringing this up, of Military Transition Academy in Atlantic. Can I break protocol for just a second, because I didn't pull this and I don't have a broad question about it, but sir, you mind if we chat for a second from the podium? I asked you to come up for two reasons. Number one, I think what you're doing is phenomenal, and everyone should hear the mission of this and how operations like yours through CIE are helping so many of the people that keep us safe and free. Can you give us the elevator pitch of exactly what your school does?
First of all, I'm humbled and honored, Mr. Williams. So Commission, what we do is we are Veterans to Project Managers, Vets to PM. Our school is the Military Transition Academy. I am an old Navy welder and an infantryman myself. Was at Department of Defense for a while, and then I was at higher education for a while. And I was watching our veterans returning and being told go to school fail and not enjoy the whole process because their training and their dedication, their attitude and compliance was so much higher. So started the school, and we're training hundreds and thousands of military veterans every year. We are on several DoD installations, and our numbers speak for themselves. In 11 years, we've served over 19,000 veterans. Over 11,000 of them are certified. They're placed at a 95% placement rate.
Yeah, what you're doing is phenomenal. How, you know how the information we have always trails?
Yes, sir.
And I'm showing 0 Florida enrollments,
Yes, sir.
but I know that's not accurate for where you are right now. Tell me where you are right now with Florida.
And I know that always comes up, but all of our folks are trained on a military installation, and they're trained using either unit funds or military funds, Department of Defense or VA or whatever. So They're on the installations.
Right. So it doesn't count as a quote-unquote Florida enrollment, or are they not on Florida installations?
That's correct, sir. They're on installations all across the world, wherever the DoD has a footprint.
So are we going to continue to see zeros in Florida, even though there may be veterans coming out? Just so future reference, when we see that, we think, well, gosh, are they not training Floridians?
Well, yes, sir. We don't have any plans to change yet, but I was in Tallahassee in November for the legislative session and met with, 43 legislators, 3 of which worked for the Florida Department of Veterans Affairs. And the state of Florida would like to have a chat with us about, hey, you're headquartered in Florida, you're a Floridian, why are you not taking care of, Eglin and all these other places? So I suspect, based on early conversations, that may happen, and if that does happen, and we, of course, will submit all the paperwork. And
Right. So it's your headquarters are here. Obviously, you're almost nationwide with the
Yes, sir.
spread of it.
Yes,
But
sir.
because your headquarters is here is why we show no enrollments here, but you're licensed here.
That's correct, sir.
Understood. Now I got it. Well, keep up the good work. Thanks for letting me interject that. I know I didn't pull it, but that was an anomaly that I knew you could clarify easily, even though we've already made a motion to accept those staff
And I
recommendations.
wasn't going to bring it up if I could, Commission, because you didn't pull it. But, ma'am, Director, we do have a 303 that was requested of us. Everything else all the other contingencies are done 45, 50 days ago. The 303 is interesting, though, because our programs are diploma, and the form is, hey, do you issue certifications and exam prep and whatever? I mean, like any other institution, we're prepping them for exams and quizzes and tests and stuff. So we just don't understand why we need the 303 if we're a diploma and all of our programs are diploma, and it's never been requested before. So, but we've got a memo in, ma'am.
Sure, so it's a new form, a newish
Yes, ma'am.
form, I should say it that way. It's a newish form, and what it is seeking, it's not seeking the ones that are licensed or approved by the commission.
Okay.
It's for other things, such as if you're an institution that is doing nursing exam preparations course. We need to know that you have things outside of this purview that are not within us. So you could have avocational programs on there, things like that.
Yes, ma'am. So if the memo states that we're doing what we're doing and it's all diploma, then that'll meet the mail.
And you could submit the 301 and just say it's an NA.
Oh, okay, because we've got a memo in and we just haven't had guidance, so we'll just submit the memo that says,
Yep, you
we'll
can
submit
submit
the
both.
form and say, hey, it's not applicable.
Correct. That you don't have
Thanks,
any
ma'am.
programs. You can say no additional programs.
Thanks, Ms. Hurst.
Thank you.
Glad we
Sir.
had a chance to have that clarity.
As a fellow combat vet and infantryman, hua, and thank you so much. Appreciate you.
We made the joke yesterday that Commissioner Lenz has a way better haircut now than the Ranger high and tight that he once had.
Much better.
And I've got a coin for you, so I'll get you that before I leave.
All right,
Well,
appreciate
thank you for letting me put you on the spot like that, and thanks for the clarity we got here. Really
Thanks,
appreciate
Mr.
the
Williams.
work you do, sir.
Appreciate it, sir.
So the last is number 54.
Already addressed that one, didn't we? That was the young lady that came up. We've already addressed that one.
Oh, we did, okay. Nice. Oh, jeez. Right, yeah. So in section G, application for license by means of accreditation, there are 3 items. Is there anyone here from Art Hair Academy of Studio who would like to connect with the commission? Okay, please come forward and introduce yourself. Hi,
Jessica Pamplona, owner.
thank you for being here. There's a staff recommendation that includes one outstanding Form 803 contingency. Are you familiar with that?
I am. So the challenge that I was having with that form is that normally I do the 801, and that's the only thing I can click on. And then the specialist did say later, you have to do that, and I kept on saying I try to click in it, it doesn't open. And
Doesn't click.
It doesn't open for me. It's like,
Okay,
doesn't
I'm glad
open.
we're talking about this then,
Yes,
so
me
let's
too,
address
because
it.
that was one of my challenges. And then, so it didn't open ever. It just the yellow forms that were good for me, I was able to do that, and I had done the 801. because it's the only thing that I could do. And when I got the email, do your 801, that's what I did. And later on, she did say you have to do the 803 or the 804. And I did say I can't open it. And then finally, like 2 weeks ago, she was like, try it. Now I opened it, but it doesn't let me put anything in it.
We are so technologically advanced here, aren't we? Okay. How do you suggest we navigate that?
So they do lock down after a certain time period. So that's probably why you were locked out the first time. Then they went back and asked you to do the 803 and 804 that was already supposed to have been done. So with this, you're still not able to actually click on the 803. Is that what you're stating?
Exactly. Now I see it. It looks like I can open it, but I can't put
But
any
you
information in
Can't
it.
do anything. Okay. This gentleman right here to my right, his name is Brandon Eldridge, and he is our guru of all things technical. All things technical. So if you will send him an email requesting assistance to open that 803 or 804, we can.
And how do I
assist you with
get
that.
his information?
Brandon, can you give her your? So we can actually just email you if that's easier. Is it easy? Let me look you up real quick to see what your contact information is. Are you still the Jessica?
Pamplona13@yahoo.com.
That was you. Okay. So we'll email you, and then you can
Okay.
respond to him. Thank you. It'll make your life a little easier. But yes, we will assist you with that. So it'll still be a contingency because we do need that form, but we'll assist you in gaining access to that because that would be helpful.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Well, I'm glad we had a chance to have this chat.
Thank you.
And get, rather than taking these by consent. So we have a good plan. Do you have any other additional questions or comments for us?
No.
Commissioners, do you have anything?
No.
Then do I have a motion, to accept staff recommendations for number 6500?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here from Campson Career Institute, Jacksonville, number 4704? Hi there. Please come forward and introduce yourself.
Good morning. Dr. Robert Stanley, I'm the Director of Education.
Thank you for being here, Doctor. We're taking a motion on a staff recommendation that has 4 contingencies. Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
Do you have any challenges completing those within the?
No, I actually have 3 of them were submitted, and then the ABHES approval, we got the approval at the commission. We're just waiting on their clerk to order.
Oh,
So their commission meeting was January 16th.
Number 4. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were previously licensed by means of accreditation. We went through a change of ownership that put us back to provisional pending the ABHES approval, which we just got on the 16th.
Okay.
So this should be returning us back to LMBA.
All right. All of that work for you?
Yes.
Okay. I'll note we still have quorum. We lost Commissioner Litvak. I think he's got to catch a plane. Then, Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments?
No.
Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 4704?
So moved.
Second.
Moved
Second.
and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks for being prepared. So, anyone here from the Salon Professional Academy, Fort Myers, number 3397? I don't think there's anyone here. We were going to take these by consent, but if there's no discussion on this with the one Form 604 contingency, I'll ask for a
I'm sorry, we're consent.
No, we didn't take this on consent. 2 people came up. So I'm just going to take it for the single. Yeah, when I asked if anyone was here, she came up, so we didn't do a consent. So, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation for number 3397?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? That motion carries us to section H.
So I have a slight interruption to our meeting. So we all like to say mistakes are made, and I made one just a minute ago in the section before, so we will need to revisit something that I asked
Sorry,
you
too
to.
late.
We will need to revisit something that I asked you to vote on a minute ago. I would like it for us to go back to, and I just want to do it for the record, if we can go back to section F, which is the application for annual renewal, specifically number 44, who was Moore Tech Institution Corporation.
34?
44.
44.
So I would like for us to revisit that from your vote. What I told you was that this was an institution which we had found that they felt to be in full compliance, and then also with both their annual and their provisional. Our staff here does a great job of updating these spreadsheets, and I had an old one in front of me for which I was working off of. So staff has they have the correct staff recommendation that was sent to the school, and I read the wrong one. So I'm recommending now that they grant the application in part and deny it in part, find that they fell into compliance to hold an annual license, but then in order to obtain or maintain their provisional, to submit those 13 items. So we will be issuing them an annual license that is valid through January 31st, 2027, upon the submission of documentation that identified deficiencies have been cured, and upon another contingency being met of a submission of a placement improvement plan.
So we need a revised motion?
We do.
Okay.
So there should be a motion to reconsider the commission's previous vote on item number 44 in section F.
Okay, so then
So
can I,
move.
do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. We can reconsider, and I would suppose the next motion would be as revised for the record by the director.
So moved.
So you're adopting the staff recommendations that are actually in front of you. The ones that I read you are not the ones in front of you. So it's the staff recommendations that are in front of you of the granting the application in part and denying in part.
So, all right, so within the motion is to accept the staff recommendations that are in front of us, not the ones that were read by the director previously. Do I have that motion?
The one that is in your agenda packet.
So, all right, I think I'm confused.
What you have there before you is accurate. What she read for the record was not.
So on your agenda, so what you have in your packet in front of you, the actual hard copy is the first one that was drafted,
Right.
not the actual one that was finalized and sent to the school.
So how many contingencies are there?
So they will still have 13 contingencies.
And why do they have that many?
So this is an institution which did not respond to their 30-day letter. So in these cases, there's two options you can take. You can deny them fully for this, or you can give them an opportunity to submit the 30 days or submit these documentation in order to maintain their provisional. So this was one that we actually determined they have been licensed with us since 2007. So we were giving them an opportunity to provide those documentation to the commission in order to keep a provisional license.
So they didn't respond to the letter, and they didn't show up to the meeting?
You can continue to do what I did
I mean,
first. I just sent,
Also
for the
have a
record.
33% placement rate.
Correct, but for the record, because we sent the one that is deny in part and approve in part to the institution, I certainly did not want to surprise them by stating that there was a completely different one that I was reading off of at this meeting.
You commissioners certainly have more than sufficient grounds to stick with your original vote. There'll still need to be a new vote.
Correct.
Okay. And deny them licensure outright. You certainly may. I think the reason the suggestion was made to do otherwise was because, in light of how long the institution has been licensed by this commission without, I believe, a history of discipline. But it's up to you.
They're also accredited, right? So, I mean, denying their license is going to...
Are they accredited?
That is correct. They are ACCET accredited, institutionally
And I
accredited.
imagine ACCET is not going to enjoy a denial of a license.
They will not.
What's your suggestion there, Commissioner?
I don't know. I don't want to
Well, to be fair,
close an accredited school, but
So if you vote in the way, the newest suggested way, which is to deny their annual license, and then you grant them the provisional, they still have to turn all of those documents in order to obtain that provisional. So if they don't turn in those documents, still, there will be a failure
So they still have the opportunity to fulfill those contingencies to maintain the
Correct.
provisional.
They're going to have to turn those into us.
Yeah.
And
So it's
one of
not-
them is a placement improvement plan?
That is your, so what, it is not a contingency for that. It is, so yes, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm reading quickly. Yes, they will have a contingency to submit a placement improvement plan due to their placement rate of 33.3%.
On page 4, I believe.
So what we'll say is they would be, we would find that they failed to be in full compliance to hold an annual license based on the following, what you see in front of you, the 13 failures, and then in lieu of an annual license, they are issued a provisional license which shall remain active and valid through January 31st, 2027 upon the submission of documentation that all deficiencies, all the identified deficiencies, so all 13 of those have been cured, and upon a submission of a placement improvement plan. So it'll end up being 15.
When do they end up back in front of the commission?
So this institution would have 30 days to submit all of this. And then they're also ordered to submit a progress report for the July 2027 commission meeting. So you'll
Of
see
course,
them again.
That
in a-
doesn't mean that they'll actually see them.
Correct. You'll just, they have to submit a report. Now, if they don't submit these documents, then it will be a failure to comply with the clerk's order.
Right.
Could I offer a suggestion?
Sure.
So if I understand the structure correctly, the first set of them is a condition for the annual license, and the contingency at the end is a condition for the provisional license. And given that there's a large amount of contingencies here and the low placement rate, I suspect the commissioners, would like to just speak with the school and get some clarity and get them to kind of explain what's going on. I wonder if we could make them appear at a meeting, prior to the date that, they would submit either a report or a renewal for as a contingency. I just don't know if that's possible, and if so, how.
So my opinion is that the best way to make them appear is to issue a denial. And let's be clear, a denial, when we say a denial, we mean a notice of intent to deny the license. You issue that, you'll see them in March.
Can you walk me through the
Sure.
domino effect of that, please?
Sure. So when this commission issues a notice of intent to take any kind of adverse action on an application for licensure, the institution is issued with that notice of intent a statement of rights, which apprises them of their right to appeal that notice of intent. They have 21 days to either dispute the material facts, which are the basis of that notice of intent, and go to a formal hearing before the Division of Administrative Hearings, or more commonly, to not dispute the material facts, but to throw themselves at the Commission's mercy after making attempts to cure the identified deficiencies, and they come to the Commission for an informal hearing. So if you want them to appear in person, that is the most effective way of ensuring that they do, and if they don't, well, then they get shut down. I mean, it's...
So for your concerns, it's not an immediate binary gone
Right.
loss of accreditation, right? So there's recourse and there's a timeline for them to maintain that before they have to really worry about putting that in jeopardy, perhaps.
I mean, that said, the accreditors certainly do take notice of notices of intent to take adverse action.
Right.
They certainly do. But then when the final order, if deficiencies are cured and a final order is issued granting the license, shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, I'm torn. I mean, obviously, they've been licensed a long time and very little drama, but their student population's been cut in half. Something's going on. They're not.
That said, okay, so I'll say this. If you're inclined to grant them a provisional license contingent upon satisfaction of these deficiencies, because they'll be on a provisional license, you're allowed to place almost any condition you want to on that. You can place as a condition of licensure that they appear in person at a commission meeting.
I think that's reasonable. We can grant it provisionally and just say, please, can we have a conversation? Which
Yeah.
would have been nice to have had today,
Right.
right?
I'm okay with that.
Okay,
Somebody, I think, just needs to explain what's going on at that school. Something's going on.
right.
When would you like them to appear?
March.
Okay, so the motion then is to accept staff recommendations as it is written in your PDF version of the write-up.
Yeah, different PDF.
This
New-
isn't a-
the new PDF.
I'm sorry, so the PDF as it appears on your computer when you click on the link, I don't know what the terminology, yeah, PDF, right? That is PDF, this isn't a PDF.
So, it would be the file number 712158S.
Thank you, Dr. Stefano. So, by PDF, I mean as it appears on the computer, right?
Yeah.
So that staff recommendation has spoken with the added condition for provisional licensure that the institution appear via personal representative at the March 27th, 2026 in-person public commission meeting. In order to address commission concerns over failure to timely file an application for annual license.
I'm okay with that.
You want to make a motion as noted by the council?
I'll make that motion.
Outstanding. Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? The motion carries. All right. Now we gotta figure out where we were. All right. Annual review, by means of accreditation, there are 15 items in this section. For the record, we have removed number 11 from consideration. Before we take a consent, I want to make sure that anyone in numbers 1 through 10 or 12 through 15 of Section H, Annual Review by License and Means of Accreditation, has the opportunity to speak with the commission from the podium. If you're here and you have questions or comments, first off, is anyone in here? Raise your hand if you're in one of those and you'd like to speak. Hey, do I have one over here? I got 1, 2, 3. All right. So let's go through them individually and we'll make sure, and then we'll take consent of what remains. Is someone here from Artistic Nails and Beauty Academy that would like to connect with the commission?
So if you don't want to speak, please don't.
That's
Don't
my-
raise your hand. Only raise your hand if you wish to speak.
That's my
and
point, is
delay
if
the
you
meeting
need to
until-
address the commission, otherwise we're going to take staff recommendations and save time for everybody. Yep, okay. So anyone from number 2, Artistic Nails and Beauty Academy, Lakeland? Same guy. All right. Anyone for number 3, Aveda Institute, Clearwater, need to connect with the commission? Number 4 is Benet's Career Academy, Brooksville. Number 5 is also Benet's Career Academy, Newport Richey. 6 is Cortiva Institute, Maitland. 7 is Hollywood Institute of Beauty Careers, Castleberry. 8 is Inter-American Technical Institute, Miami. 9 is JT Scott's Academy in Fort Lauderdale. 10 is KCK Beauty and Barber Academy, Jacksonville. Sheer Finesse Beauty Academy in Jacksonville. South Florida Institute of Technology. Trendsetters of Florida School of Beauty. UR Beauty and Barber Academy, Sebring, and World Class Academy Beauty Careers, Tallahassee. So no one came forward on any of that. So I'm assuming you may be here, but you may not have anything to say, and we intend to take these by consent at this point. So do I have a motion to consider these items by consent?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Director, do you have any you would like to pull from this?
No.
Commissioner Stefano, do you have any you would like to pull?
No, at this time.
Commissioner Lynn?
No.
Commissioner Giuliano?
No.
I have none, so do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 through 10 and 12 through 15 of Section H?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Those motions carry us to Section I, which is application for program approvals modifications. There are 9 institutions in this section, and we're going to have the same conversation. Should you be in here from one of those 9 and you would like to speak directly to the commission rather than simply have us accept staff recommendations by consent? Is there anyone from A1 Allied Health Training in West Palm who'd like to speak? Anyone from Accelerated Academy in Tallahassee who'd like to speak? Global Medical and Technical Training, Miami. MAS Medical Aesthetic School, Orlando. MedCap Health and Beauty, Orlando. Would you like to speak, sir?
You guys are doing a great job.
All right. I'm glad I let you speak. That's good. I thrive on positive reinforcement. So number 6, Paralegal Institute of America. Number 7, PC Professor. Number 8, PC Professor. Number 9, South Florida Academy of Air Conditioning. So if there's no conversation to be had or a public comment, then do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Director, are there any you want to pull?
No.
Commissioner Stefano?
None at this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Lynn?
Nope.
Commissioner Iuliano?
No.
Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation for items 1 through 9 of section I?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Us to section J, which is motion for extension of license. There are 9 institutions in this section. Before we have a discussion about consent, I want to make sure anyone has the opportunity to connect with the commission should they want, from a beauty school of Tampa, from Anthony's Cool School, which I think is an awesome name, Child Development Education Alliance of Orlando, D Empire Academy of Healthcare Education, Eastern Academy of Scuba, Emerald Coast Scuba, Florida Training Center, Rockledge Institute, or Wonderful Beauty Academy Orlando? Nothing? Then do I have a motion to consider these items by consent?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Director, do you have any you want to pull from this?
No.
Commissioner Stefano?
None. Thank you.
Commissioner Lynn?
Nope. Thank you.
Commissioner Iuliano?
Nope.
Then, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 through 9 of section J?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries us to motion for third extension of license. There is one item. We will consider Omni Career Institute Lake Worth, number 12836. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. So the notes that I had on this, Commissioner, was we should probably consider this to be the last extension for these folks. Yes, Mr. Harris.
Chairman, Bob Harris on behalf, I do represent them. I didn't expect there to be any conversations at all about them, but I
Oh,
do
okay,
represent
great.
the institution. She's not going to be here today.
Okay. Is she okay?
She's okay.
All right, good. I think the comment we were going to make was that I think we've reached the end of our extensions. And while the staff recommendation is to grant this today, it's likely the last one to be granted.
I've had that conversation with her already. Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So nobody is surprised.
No, sir.
All right. Then if you don't have any further, I'll just take that motion, accept.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 12836?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thanks for that, Counselor. Section L, motion for request of extension, has none. And in section M, substantive change approval, there are 13. I'll note that number 13 has been removed, so I guess there's not 13, there's 12 for consideration. Before we talk about consent, I want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to converse with us. Anyone here from Barber Academy of Orlando who would like to speak? Hey, come on up if you'd like, but if you have no questions or comments, it's up to you. You waited all this time, you might as well have a conversation, man. Let's talk.
Good afternoon. My name is Gustavo Velez from Barber Academy of Orlando, director, owner, plumber, everything.
Thank you for being here.
And Christopher DeSalvo, Aquinas Network Consulting.
So we're about to take a motion for what looks like just one remaining curricula related to your cosmetology program. You may have submitted that already because the trailing nature of this, but if you have or haven't, you feel comfortable in meeting that 90-day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments? Any public comment?
I mean, the name change makes sense in light of the expansion of the programs.
Yeah, agreed. I think it's a good name. Then hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 6414?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. You're good to go. You are now Barber and Beauty Academy of Orlando.
Thank you. Thank you for everything.
Yes, sir. Okay, so anyone here from Charnick's New Generation School of Beauty in Vero? From Clara White Mission Training Center of Jacksonville? I'm going to note that too. We'll take that back. You can come forward. Yes, ma'am, you can come forward. We're going to keep up with the ones that aren't here, and we'll take those. Okay. Okay, could you give me 30 seconds just as a procedural issue?
Absolutely.
You're Clara White Mission Training, correct?
No, we're responding for number 2, Sharnick's New Generation School of
Okay,
Beauty.
then just give me 30 seconds.
Sure.
And so is anyone here from Clara White Mission Training? Do you need to speak? Okay, so we're going to leave you out as well. Anyone here from Electrolysis, Laser, and Beauty Academy? Nope. Oh, yep. We're going to circle and pull you then, okay? So everybody so far. Elise, Aesthetics Institute? Do you want to speak? Yes. Okay, we'll pull you as well. New Concept Massage and Beauty? Will you need to speak? Yes? Okay. New Concept Massage, wait, so that's the same one? You're 6 through 8. Then we'll knock those out. Palmetto Training Services, Palmetto. Okay, all right. So it's 10 is Ruby's Academy of Health Occupations. Anybody here? So it sounds like 9 is the only one who's foregoing.
3. Yeah, I think 3's foregoing.
Oh, sorry. Yep. Number 11, Smile Smart Dental Assisting. Anyone here? Number 12, South Beach Beauty Academy, Sebring. Do you need to speak? No? It's up to you. Number 13, Tony's, oh, no, that one's been removed. So that means number 9 and 12. It's not 9 through 12 because he indicated he did want to speak. No,
I believe it was 3, 9, 11, and 12.
So which ones did y'all have? 9, 10, 11, and 12. So anyone from 9, 10, 11, or 12, Palmetto Training Services, Ruby's Academy, Smile Smart Dental, or South Beach Beauty Academy. Right, but you didn't necessarily have questions or comments, right? So we're about to take that by consent. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so then do I have a motion to accept some of these items by consent? Well, I first got to get a motion. and then-
Motion.
Yeah, all right. So do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. We know that we are pulling everything except for 9 through 12, so now do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation for items 9 through 12?
Motion.
Second.
Yeah, and Section M, moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries, and it lets us go to number 2, which was Charnex, and I appreciate your patience. We're just trying to make the best use of everyone's time.
And I will just say, for the record, every time we get to this section, all of the commissioners look at me with this sad face because I pull everyone. And this time, I only had 2 pulled, and you all pulled yourself. So I just want it noted for the record.
She's saying it's your fault, is what she's saying. It's not her fault this time. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We just accepted staff recommendations for your school, and I did hear your concerns earlier, by the way. Yes, ma'am. All right. Now we're focused on you, and I apologize for that. Would you please introduce yourselves?
Yes, I'm Betty Ross, the administrator and the compliance coordinator of Charnex New Generation School of Beauty.
Outstanding.
And I'm Gwendolyn Roll, Director of Education, Charnex New Generation School of Beauty.
Ladies, thank you for your patience through the
Yes.
day. I know that it's been a long day for you, and I'm glad you stuck around to have this conversation. There is a staff recommendation in front of us that doesn't have conditions on it in the traditional sense of the word, but we are looking at financial soundness. Can you speak to where you guys are currently, because all the information we have drags a little bit?
Okay, yes. We did submit for Standard 6 finances an explanation of the school's financial condition as well with a financial improvement plan. So that should be available in your records. The institution, as you know, we are still in the process of accreditation, meaning we're unable to offer our students, our prospective students, the ability to apply and qualify for financial aid. Many of the students in our prospective students, they are reliant upon assistance or some type of aid. So that has directly impacted our enrollment goals, but we have since implemented many strategies to counteract the challenges that we see. One of those were to partner with a student loan company so that we can offer that by partnering with them. That's an alternative for our students. We've also been targeting with our marketing and recruitment process to redefine what that student profile would look like. So there are potential students who are not reliant on financial assistance. We've since, by refocusing our target population, have enrolled students with the ambition to open up their own salons, to open up their own shops. So they're coming in fully employed and able to self-finance their education. So that's been working well for us. The enrollments have also increased. One of the other strategies that we did, and we were approved for 3 additional shorter programs, which is the restricted barbering, the nail specialist, and the facial specialist. And because they require less clock hours, quicker time spans to complete the programs, we've been successful in filling those enrollments that sort of help leverage the tuition revenue. So we believe that we are still on track for our accreditation. That is our primary goal. The school is still heading in that direction, and we're very positive that we'll be able to complete that course. But in spite of the challenged enrollment, the school has been able to break even, meaning we have not jeopardized or compromised the quality of education, because the salon services sort of comes in and help with the expenses. We were able to maintain our instructional integrity as well as our administrative integrity and the quality of our programs, because it scales with the number of students. So if we're getting lesser enrollments, it's still we're still able to meet those requirements.
Yeah, so your costs are incremental with your enrollments, right? So you don't have a lot of
Absolutely.
fixed costs that are burning cash. So
Absolutely.
the finances that we have here that ended a little more than a year ago, so I'm looking at very old data, had a pretty limited amount of cash in the bank, and that's the reason for that question about financial soundness. Can you just tell me from a liquidity standpoint, not operationally, just financially, where are you guys right now?
We are right now doing our best to keep our finances, our salaries down, our overhead down, and we are working towards, we are putting most of our funds right now trying to complete the accreditation so that we can move forward. There is funds available for, to help with the school, which comes from my children, family members. So for the past 5 years, we have kept our doors open, rent paid, staff on. So I feel like financially, where we're heading now, we are in the middle process of trying to get our accreditation completed. And like we said, one of the big thing is that most of the area that we are in, most of the students, they're looking for the financial aid. And so we realized that that will be one of our major importance to work on getting the finances together so that we can offer the students the Pell Grants, the loans, and all that stuff. But we're excited. I love what we do. We actually helps the community. We're in a community where there are a lot of young people who are high school dropouts. We have the ability to benefit course that helps the students who do not have a high school education, and we offer that so that they can enroll. We are partnering with the high schools right now. They are always inviting us to their career seminars. We're out in the community, and we're just now getting good reports back from the high schools that 3 schools we have adopted, and so we're looking forward to this May to enroll about 20 students from the high schools, because we've proven ourselves in the community. They know that we're there to try and help these young people who are unfortunate financially. And so the finances, we need to get better. We're working on it, and I believe it's going to get better so that next year when we come before you, it's not going to be a financial.
I like you guys' positivity. I know you're navigating in that gauntlet of being able to make that financing available for your students. Or do you have money? I'm not going to put you on the spot, but are you liquid enough to maintain through the rest of the process?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And I also just had a question for you all. So before I ask that question, I do want to reiterate what others have already spoken. I actually spoke to this gentleman here during our break. I was very impressed with your level of firmness to ensure that compliance is taken serious. You've demonstrated that here. There were many who came before us and you commended, but there were some that needed to be reprimanded. And I am just pleased to be a part of a commission that just does not hold a position, but you are really upholding the standard of excellence, and I do applaud you for that. But my question, I needed to clarify the category that we were placed on the agenda. If someone can just clarify that, because the application we submitted was for an application of annual renewal. And there was an issue regarding our barbering program with the hours. And so when I found that we were listed under the substantive change, I just wanted to verify how that impacts the license renewal.
Yes, ma'am. Have you been on substantive change before?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so this is your first one. All right. So what occurs is when you submit your annual license, you did submit for an annual license, there are no contingencies related or left for you for that specific application. But when we were looking through your application, we did note that you had both negative working capital and negative net income. Those two things combined will constitute as a substantive change for the commission. What that means is that will move you to a provisional status, and yours is through January 31st of 2027. but it does delegate the authority to me to return you through January 31st, 2027 upon demonstration that the financial structure of the institution is sound. So what this means is you have a provisional status. After this meeting, you'll move to a provisional status, which means you can't add any new programs, make any substantive changes more than 20%. When you get financials that demonstrate that you are financially sound, you can demonstrate you have positive working capital or positive net income. Please submit those to our office. We will take a look at that, and if then we have found that you have a structurally sound financials, we can move you back to your annual status.
Awesome.
So that
Thank
is
you
what
for
that
that
means.
clarity. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, good luck navigating the remainder of that process that you have. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments?
Nope.
Thinking I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 6119.
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion
Aye.
carries. Good luck, ladies.
Thank
Keep up the
you.
good work,
Thank you
okay?
so
Thank you.
much.
Great job. Thank you.
So Clara White Mission Training Center in Jacksonville is number 3873. Thank you for your patience.
Good afternoon.
Hi, would you introduce yourself?
Well, first of all, my name is Jacoby Pittman. I'm the CEO at the Clara White Mission, who has been around for 122 years. And we have been working with your department, I know, for at least 15 years or more. And I just want to say thank you for giving homeless veterans and underserved individuals an opportunity to get their life back through our program. And so I'm just here to assure you that financially, we've never been in this space. Over the last couple of years, we have used new funders. COVID just kind of put us in a position that we had never been in before. And so by the time we kind of got our life back with the program, the funding that we were using, which was through family and children, we were approved the funding, but unfortunately, we didn't get the money till October. So as you all know, it's supposed to start July 1st. And unfortunately, in order to get the program started, y'all know we have to have some money. People are not going to come, work for free. And then not only that, you have cost reimbursement. So I had to wait until we actually got funding, and then we had to recruit. It was just a delay after delay. So I'm just here today to tell you, since the submission, we have gotten some different grants. We've also got a line of credit. So now that we can pay the instructors, I know you don't know me, but one of the things that we pride ourselves on is giving people their lives back, especially men and women who have fought for us, who may have become homeless, and not any choice by theirs, but just circumstances. And so we're able to bring them into our transitional housing program, stabilize their lives, and then provide trainings that is stackable. And so I can tell you by June 26th, I think, Ms. Hurst, that you've given us, we won't have any problems. We also selling one of our properties as well in the La Villa area in Jacksonville. And if y'all don't know, I mean, that's like the hot spot right now. And so that will help us provide some of the gap funding that we need until the monies come in. So that's kind of where we've been the last couple of years, and Representative Wyman Duggan has been a champion for us, as well as Senator Clay Yarborough and Tracy Davis. So I want to let you know we have support behind us, and even locally as well. So.
Well, thank you for that, Ms. Pittman. I appreciate it. I know you said you guys have been around, did I hear 120 years? Wow. And you've been a 501c3 that whole time?
Yeah,
Nonprofit?
yes, sir. Mhm.
Wow.
And I've been there for 33 years.
Wait, what?
I started when I was 12.
I was gonna say 9, right?
Yeah.
In that period of time, y'all have likely weathered tougher storms than this, right?
Oh,
And
yeah, I mean,
so
we
I have
started.
confidence in you as well.
So to give you an idea, when I started at the Clara White Mission, I had 5 staff and a budget of $95,000, and we were feeding the homeless at that time. It was basically a soup kitchen, and our founder was one of those women who I just call a angel, who addressed issues to help people in the community. And John, you've been there. It is a place, I thought I would be there 3 years and then I was going to be gone. Then, after 3 years, it became 4 years and then it became 33. So to let you know that I'm usually helping people that nobody else would help. People that fall in between the cracks and just need a second chance. And I just want to say, y'all should be very, very proud of what you all are doing. I've been to these meetings many of times, and I've never seen what I saw today and last year or so. You should be very proud of what you're doing. You are a game changer. You all are a game changer. And, sometimes people give money, but they don't come and see how their money is spent. When we get money from individuals, I say, look, come see where your money is spent and see how it's impacting, lives in the community. I also serve on city council as well. So the district that I work in is the poorest district in Jacksonville. So my experience at the Clara White Mission really has given me the hands-on to understand how people feel and what they need to get their life back. So thank you. I know that was a lot, but I just wanted to share because we've never been in this place. And the lady before me, I wanted to ask y'all what that meant, what substantial, what that really means, and how would that impact our organization. But we are back. We'll be able to keep the lights on, be able to keep people fed. So I am here and ready to work some more.
Thank you for that. So there's only a couple of contingencies on your staff recommendation that I'm sure you're probably familiar with already. So if the rest of the commissioners don't have any additional questions or comments, I would ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 3873.
Motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
That motion carries. I know you guys will keep up the good work, and good luck with that.
All right. Thank you. I look forward to
Yes,
seeing
ma'am.
y'all next year.
Yes, ma'am.
Bye-bye.
Electrolysis Laser and Beauty Academy, Orlando, number 5781. There you are, sir. Thank you for your patience.
Hi, my name is Ryan Brooks. I'm the director for Electrolysis Laser and Beauty Academy.
Great to see you, Mr. Brooks. I appreciate you being here. We're about to take a motion on a staff recommendation that includes, well, there are 3 highlights, but it only goes to, it says 1, 1, and 2. It's 2 different motions or 2 different?
There's 2 different actions.
Whoop. Oh,
Was that me?
yep, that is you.
So yes, the first contingency you have in front of you is approval of his hybrid asynchronous delivery for the theory courses only within his electrolysis. No, I can't say it. You said it, no, I can't say it.
No, I want to hear you say it.
No,
Electrolysis.
electrolysis, thank you, diploma program, upon one contingency being met, and then a separate, find that a substantive change in financial soundness has occurred, and in order to maintain the provisional license, we need those 2 contingencies met.
So we can do this in a single motion?
Oh, yes.
Yes, okay. Sir, do you have questions or
Yeah,
comments
it
about
was
our
really
show?
just everything, I think we understand. It was just the financial soundness contingency. We did submit a financial improvement plan, but I'm realizing as I read this that is integrated into this. So
It is.
I really don't have a question at this
Perfect.
point.
And like everyone before you, it is due to your negative working capital and your negative net income. So it is a financial improvement plan is a requirement, but it doesn't take you off of the
Right.
step
Sure.
change.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I figured it out.
What's that?
There's just 0 students for the last 2 years at Butte.
Yeah, yeah. So we actually took over, so there was a change of ownership from another school, and so we've just been in the process since May of 2024 in that transition.
So is there students?
So we just got approved in November, so we started marketing in December. We now have 3 students with another one about to sign up next week, but that just started, we just started doing that.
That's gotta feel good,
Did
though,
you
right?
take over a school that didn't have students?
We took over a school that had no students at the time we took it over. They
Okay.
had just finished, the last reporting was that 7 that you're seeing there, and then, but they didn't have any students at the time we took over.
So, yeah. So the financial,
Yep,
obviously.
it makes sense.
It's going to take a little while to
It
build
will.
it up.
Yeah, yeah. You feeling confident about the stability of your liquidity required on whatever fixed costs you
Yes,
have
sir.
going
Very,
forward?
very much so. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
good. All right. Well, then, if we don't have anything further, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 5781?
Motion.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, sir. Good luck over the next year while you're
Thank you.
building your momentum there.
Appreciate y'all very much. Have more.
Number 5 is Elise Aesthetics Institute Longwood. If you're here from that institution, hey, there you are. Please come forward and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Tessa Boyd, Elise Aesthetics Institute.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate your patience.
Can I ask a question? Tiffany, did you circle me? Was I the 2 people you circled?
She said, did you circle her?
No. Ah. Okay.
You do have, 8 contingencies on your staff recommendation? Are you familiar with
Okay.
theirs?
One was a typo when I submitted my.
Oh, look, it's not a personal indictment. You look at me like I just told you ran over my dog or something. It's
Brandon
okay.
told me what happened. He had to show me proof.
Yeah. Well, what matters more is that you feel confident you can hit those 8 contingencies in 90 days, right? Because that's
Yes.
the timeline that you're going to be given.
Right. But I also want to ask a question. As you know, we were working with a lot of issues with flooding and insurance. We talked about that, I think, last year. So now my net income is positive for the first time this year, and we're getting out of the deficit, and I'm still at a provisional license. So my question is, because I have 1 out of the 2, do I have to stay provisional?
So commissioners, that will be ultimately up to you, but the reason that we put you on there is because, well, you made it. You made that positive, but your cash is at $126.
It was.
So
yes.
that's what we have in front of us, because
Okay.
we have trailing information.
Correct.
So because of that, that is why you were on step change. Now, let me look to see. Yours is, I'm trying to make sure of when your dates are. We are extending your provisional license through September 30th of 2026. So you're going to have another opportunity then to demonstrate that your financials have.
So you got about 8 months or a little less, given the cutoff for that
Okay.
meeting. So let's call it 6 or 7 months
Okay.
to present those financials that show the liquidity and the performance that lets you move back to annual from provisional.
Okay, great.
How many students do you have right now?
Wow. 25
Okay.
at the moment.
So you're on a good run, first part of the year?
Yes.
Okay. How often do you enroll?
January, February for nails, about every 2 to 3 months.
Okay. So you got 3, maybe 4 more cohorts between now
Yes.
and when those financials would drop for the deadline.
Yes.
So I know as an owner, it's sometimes you're tempted to work in it and not on it.
Right.
Don't wait until July to look at those finances and figure out whether you're going to be able to submit those, right? Like review them every month, get with your accountant, look at your profit and loss statement, say, how can we make this look better? If indeed getting off of provisional is your goal.
Yes.
If you don't intend on adding programs, it doesn't affect you.
I
So
understand.
you can just stay.
I just don't like the look.
Well, it's not an indictment.
Right, I understand. Thank you for your time.
Very much. If there's nothing further, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for numbers 4621?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries.
Thank you. Have a
Good
good
luck
day.
with it. Yeah, 6, 7, and 8. You ready, sir? Appreciate your patience. Yeah, you've been right there in the front row all day.
Yeah,
and
I've been
you've
like
waited very
getting
patiently.
to know you guys.
Yeah, right.
So,
Please introduce yourself.
Ignacio Garcia, New Council Massage and Beauty School, owner, director. Basically, my mother founded this business about 33 years ago, and her legacy is on the line, and I'll be brief. We had a change of ownership, obviously, because of her death over a year ago. Sorry if I get a little emotional, but it's when I talk about her.
Well deserved.
NACOS was well under, they knew well what was going on. I sent the first initial change of ownership application back in November of 2024. There was a financial statement that was supposed to be filed June 30th of 2025 that wasn't done. My brother and I, we've been running the business for the last 30 years, and he was supposed to file it. He's no longer a part of the business due to the fact that we had an agreement, and under the agreement we had, he was supposed to file it. All of this that's been going on, NACOS has been well aware of. And the only reason I'm here is because I want to clarify my mother's legacy, and I don't want it to go to waste. We've been in business for over 33 years, and the fact that NACOS has done wrongful to us after being accredited with them for so many long, it's difficult. Basically, they never notified us by any email or letters to the school. They sent a letter to my deceased mother's apartment in Miami Beach. Take it that I've been in constant contact with Eddie Broomfield from NACOS, and this was never pointed out. Thank God that I had hired a counsel to represent me in front of the Department of Education, NACOS, and you guys. And he was representing me. The only reason we found this out was because he set up a meeting for me to get access to the portal so I can submit the audit, because being that my brother used to do it and I didn't have access to the portal, I wasn't able to. So my counsel sets up a meeting with NACOS, myself and him. They reply back, school has no accreditation. So I just want to point out, so NACOS, so you guys know, well aware of who NACOS is. The reason behind this, I don't know. My brother was chair of NACOS. He was the chairman of NACOS. I don't know if he's behind this or what the case may be, but the fact that we didn't get even an opportunity to have an appeal is significant, damaging, because we have 3 locations and there's no way we're going to survive without government funds. I mean, it's our bread and butter. So now my counsel is filing an injunction against NACOS for our survival. And I'm just giving you guys a heads up that I'm not going to give up easy.
You don't look like a guy that gives up easy, and I bet your mother wasn't either.
Yeah, thank you.
My condolences for your loss.
Thank you, sir.
What's your goal? What would you like to happen if you had to fast forward 2-3 years from now? What would it look like?
Well, when my 24-year-old daughter was born, my mom, when she was born, held her in her arms and said, "This is going to be the next director." Well, my daughters are running business with me today. So my plan is for them to continue my mother's legacy for another 50 years, if that's possible.
Is there another accrediting body that may?
I am considering it just because I don't trust NACOS at this point, to be honest. For them
Well,
to
it may be easier to start fresh with someone who has a clean perspective, is my point.
You're saying to not pursue, it's just a waste of time and money?
I can't speak for that. I'm just saying cast a wide net. The more bait you put in the water, the more likely you are to reel something in. Right?
I don't know if it's easier to go get accredited by a new agency being accredited than it is, losing accreditation, and, how the new agency would look at us considering that we don't have accreditation.
Yeah, I don't know that
Because from what I understand, for a new entity to accredit you, you need to be credited. So for us to go to a new entity and try to get accredited by them and having lost accreditation through NACOS, it's damaging.
Say that again, Brandon. What did you say?
If Title IV is the issue, he will likely need to continue with NACOS before moving on to another accreditor.
Okay.
I mean, our survival is based on Title IV, obviously. Considering our expenses and our locations, we have 3 businesses and we have a lot of students.
Well, I think it looks like most of the contingencies for all 3 of these are very similar, right? Almost mirror images of each other. So you've got the same shortfalls from an administrative standpoint on all 3. So it just means you're going to end up doing 9 times 3 things, right? You got 27 things to do.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
Right.
you know, the crediting issue is not the fact. I think
Yeah.
you know what has been wrongfully done is more of the intent of me
Yeah.
communicating it to you guys.
Yeah, and I think what you got to do is treat this like 2 different things concurrently. We've got to get the contingencies that are deficient, treat them with the priority that it deserves, because in your process of accreditation, they're going to want to see you maintaining this license. You fall short on these,
Yes, sir.
and you don't have this license, then you really don't have a chance.
That's right. Yeah.
And I don't think it's chicken or the egg. I think you got to go both of these at the same time and prioritize these deficiencies and make sure that they get rectified. And I know the director and her staff is going to look forward to working with your daughter on these if she's helping you with that. That sounds like an awesome opportunity to work together.
Tiffany got a really sad look on her face now. I don't know. I hope it's not because of me.
She's a softie.
She looks like she lost accreditation.
She talks tough, but she's a softie deep down. So, I mean, I think everyone feels for you in the situation and certainly wants you to win. Everybody's rooting for you on this. So,
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
I don't know how much assistance we can provide for you directly, but I think everyone understands what's in front of us and will open
Yeah.
those
I
direct
just-
lines of communication to help you resolve it.
I just wanted to show it wasn't a compliance issue and that, you know, we're running the business well. I don't want my mother's legacy to be in jeopardy in any way, shape, or form. So basically, you know, this was an issue of not filing something on time. And from what I understand, NACS has never withdrawn accreditation for this type of thing, which is an eye-opener, which doesn't make sense, but that's where we're at right now.
And to be very clear about what is happening here is that your institution submitted a application for a license by means of accreditation, and since the accreditor at this time has denied your accreditation status, we have to follow suit because you can't be LBMA without an accreditor.
I know.
So that's the denial of the application that is in
Yes.
front of you, and then finding a sub change has occurred, issuing you a provisional license through July 31st of 2026 upon these 9 contingencies being met, and a couple of other things that are sprinkled in here, and then ordering you to submit an annual application with all of your supporting documents and fees by April 1st, 2026. If you prevail against NACS and they end up putting you back accredited, then you can submit for an LBMA status again. But without that accreditation, it'll need to be annual status.
I think the real challenge you've got is the deficiencies for each of these are to be rectified within 30 days.
Yeah, I've been doing this for 30 years, so it's not a big deal.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure we're clear. Like that.
Just gotta
that's the part
get-
where if that slips through the cracks,
Yeah.
now we've
No,
got
no,
way
no.
bigger
It won't.
issues,
It
right?
won't. No, definitely won't.
Okay. Good.
I got to get to work.
And one of the things that you're saying that is concerning to me is you talked about if you can't win this accreditation battle that you're in right now, that you won't be able to continue to operate.
Not 3 locations, I don't think, just
What is-
because of the expense issue and not being able to have Title IV funding. My expense ratio at this moment, if I don't have Title IV, is going to be difficult to maintain. I'm not saying the whole institution will close, but I would probably need to close one of the 3 locations and, you know, train out, or I don't know at that point, but reality is that most of our funds are from Title IV.
What is your time frame for that? What are you thinking? Is when
No, I am willing to put my personal funds, if I have to survive. I'm sure I can survive maybe for a year or 2.
What I want you to be really careful of is what you're telling us is that you are concerned that your institutions will survive, and you have quite a few students that are in these institutions. So please be mindful when you're enrolling new students, or even when you're teaching these students, that you have a plan for them.
Yeah.
That you have a train out plan, you have a teach out plan in place, that the institution, that the students themselves won't be affected by this, because we want to make sure that we're protecting them and that we're not going to have a different conversation later that these that the
I don't
students
think
weren't
it will
assisted.
be that case,
Okay.
but thank you for bringing
I
it up.
just want to make sure that
Yeah.
it's just something, I know you have a lot on your plate, but just something that you just need to make sure that you're considering as we do this.
We've had to turn away quite a few students just because most of our students are low income, so it's not something that's affordable to them. So the fact that we don't have that financial aid available to them at the moment, we've lost about 20 enrollments in the last 3 weeks.
Is one of these three locations less profitable and more of a financial burden than the other two?
Yes, sir.
So I know we don't know each other, right? And I'm speaking as a business operator. Your mother's legacy is not in the physical address of that location. So if you look at what is draining your capital and you're able to cut that loose, it does not change your mother's legacy, right? It just shuts down a location that is draining your mother's legacy from the other two. So I know that that's a painful decision to make, but proactively, when you look at the burn rate of your cash and you say, if I could at least get out of the fixed costs associated with this location, then I can prop the other up to for 4 years, not 2 years, right? Then I can really focus on the meat of this. And it gives you a concentrated focus on the things that matter, and it gives you a longer runway to be successful.
Yeah, that's why I had mentioned that, because one of the locations for some time now, I'd say about 5 years, has been given the whole corporation loss. We've been able to sustain it through the other two locations.
Cut that loose.
Just to keep the image out there of the schools itself, and sometimes it's just better off to close one, continue with two that are profitable.
Yeah, I'll tell you, people have a goldfish memory when it comes to that. You know, they're not going to judge you based on your decision to consolidate operations into 2 locations out of 3, right?
Yeah, one of the locations we have 3 other schools near us, so that's the reason that, you know, we have difficulties bringing in students.
Is that 3rd location close enough that anyone can, I don't know how
Yeah,
big
go
addresses
to the
in
other
front where
branch.
you could just send them to the other 2?
Yeah, it's drivable. It's less than 10 miles.
That starts to make good sense,
Yeah.
right, financially there. Gives you a little more cushion.
We've been-
I know the pride of saying, hey, I don't want to do
I
that,
know.
but that pride may cost you a year's worth of fight that you can put into this, right?
Understood.
Yeah. Well, good luck with that. You know what you're doing with these contingencies. You understand you have 30 days there, so.
Yes, sir.
Let's get those things in place so that these licenses are maintained, and then you're free to make whatever fight or decision you want with NACAS and whatever location adjustments you make. All right. Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for numbers? I'm going to do these 3 at once: 1680, 3858, and 5158.
Motion.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? That motion carries. Good luck, sir.
That finishes the day with a lot of drama.
No, hey, we wish you well, and I can't wait to see you come back and tell
I
us you're
will.
successful,
Thank you.
okay?
And you guys are doing a great job, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Look,
I believe we took the remainder of those items by consent. When we
13 was
dropped,
removed.
yeah, we dropped 13. And that pushes us to program terminations where there are none, approved applicant letters, which are none, licenses sent, I don't know what that is.
If you want to take motion section 17 through 20 by consent, we can take all of those reports by consent.
17 through 20?
Yes. Except for reports from section 17 through 20 by consent.
Okay. All right. So then do I have a motion to accept items 17 through 20 by consent?
Motion.
So move.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries into 21, which is really comments from the commissioners, if you guys have any. Dr. Stefano, how you feeling?
All right, hanging in there. I appreciate the accommodations with the Zoom setup and able to spare everyone, you know, the coughing, but hopefully this will get under control soon. And I look forward to seeing everyone in person at the next in-person meeting.
We do too. We'll send you a FTD pick-me-up bouquet. Hopefully that'll make you feel a little better. I thought this was a great 2-session. I know that yesterday was long and today has been, well, not quite as long as yesterday, but you guys are killing it with staff. And please tell everybody back in Tallahassee who's not here how they get constant kudos from that podium, which says a lot about the job that's being done.
And I would be remiss, I know there's not a lot of people left, and I wish there were so they could hear what I have to say to you, but I always love to publicly thank the CIE team. They are an amazing group of people that do a tremendous amount of work behind the scenes. All of these summary sheets that are in front of you, all the 1,200 items that were in front of you today for consideration are due to the hardworking individuals that are sitting at this table with me, but that are also back in Tallahassee working away. So I want to thank you all for your hard work. You make this job fun. It's an honor to serve with each one of you, and thank you for all you do.
And I'm reminded with guys like this guy right here, who's been licensed since the beginning of time, you know, for his mother, and the gentleman like we had from the military transition, that for every one bad actor we have a dozen amazing entrepreneurs who are putting people in meaningful careers with flourishing incomes. And man, was that not a great way to close this out? That ratio has been consistent, and it needs to be said. So, gentlemen, I'm excited to work with you guys going forward. We're going to see each other in March, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
With that, I think we're adjourned. All right. I can bang my little hammer. All right, we are adjourned.